Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the August 15th meeting of the Portsmouth City Planning Board. I'm going to call the meeting to order. First item on the agenda this evening is approval of the July 18th minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I would like to recuse. I was not at that meeting.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Recuse as well.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We have a determination of completeness for the request of Christ Church Parish as owner for property at 1035 Lafayette Road, requesting site plan review approval for the construction of a 4-story, 44-unit multifamily residential building and construction of a 7-unit transitional housing addition. The project includes associated site improvements such as parking, pedestrian connections, access to public transportation, utilities, stormwater management, lighting, and landscaping. This property is on Assessor's Map 246, Lot 1, is in the Gateway Center or G2 district. This is a determination of completeness only.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have a series of public hearings this evening, and just for everybody's information, information, the procedure of the public hearings is presentation by the proponent or applicant, questions by the planning board members, and then public comment for the discussion about the application. You can speak for the application, against the application, or just speak to it. You don't have to say up or down. There's up to 3 rounds of speaking, three minutes the first round, 5 minutes the second round, and 5 minutes the third round. If you wish to speak beyond the first round, you must speak in the first round. So you don't get to talk in the second or third rounds if you didn't speak in the first rounds. Then the hearings are closed and we take action. First public hearing is a matter of old business. Request of Perkins Quonka Joint Realty Revocable Trust as owner I misspoke. Perkins Quonka Joint Revocable Trust is owner for property at 224 Broad Street, Unit 3. They're requesting a wetlands conditional use permit from Section 1010-1750 for the replacement and expansion of existing 192 square foot sunroom and the demolition of a 286 square foot rear deck with new construction proposed for the addition of a 384 square feet to the sunroom, 367.5 square feet onto the rear deck, and regrading of a portion of the site for the installation of a retaining wall and under drain for stormwater control. The applicant is proposing to remove 491 square feet of existing pavers and asphalt to replace with 401 square feet of new pavers. Proposal includes the removal of the existing lawn to replace with microclover seed mix, a planting plan, and a stone drip edge. This property is on Assessor's Map 131, Lot 13-3, and is in the General Residence A or GRA district. Who is here to present this application? Is anyone here to present this application?
I move to postpone.
We have a motion to continue this to the next meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Quick hearing. Next item on the agenda is a request of Elizabeth Blaisdell, Shepard Houston, and Charles Stewart as owners for property at 77 Newcastle Avenue, requesting a conditional use permit from Section 10-814 for the conversion of existing accessory structure into a detached accessory dwelling unit, or DADU, that does not conform with the dimensional requirements of the ordinance. This property is on Assessor's Map 101, Lot 50, and lies in the General Residence B or GRB and Historic Districts. Who is here to present this application? Your name for the record, please.
My name is Elizabeth Blaisdell. I'm the owner and applicant. Thanks very much for this opportunity to present this. This is an existing accessory structure on my property. It came with my property 21 years ago, and when I purchased the home, and I rebuilt the structure, which was rotten, about 10 years ago, and so went through the historic district and planning processes at that point. Used it as a garden structure until COVID, so garden storage like lawnmower and such. And during COVID, I came back for permission to convert it to a home office, which I currently use it still as my home office. Over the last few years, it's been used more as a guest house by friends and family members. And over the past couple of years, we've had friends who have become seasonal workers in Portsmouth need a place to stay and rent. And so that's why I'm here. I wanted to see if it'd be possible to get permission to use it as an accessory dwelling unit. I'm proposing 0 changes to the structure or anything about it. Everything remains the same. And it's already set up truly to be used as a guest house with a kitchenette, just no stovetop. It has a full bath, and again, all the plumbing and all the electrical is new as of 4 years ago and went through the city permitting process, of course. We have plenty of parking at the site. I think a lot of people know my house because I have a gigantic Airstream in it right now. So I think we have parking actually for about 8 cars. And with the Airstream in it, we have parking for about 4 cars. The structure is separated by our yard, so there's plenty of space, and obviously a dedicated entrance going through the driveway, and that's a cobblestone pathway leading to the barn entrance. There are French doors on 3 sides, and yeah. This is our family's principal residence. My kids go to Little Harbor School. We plan to live in the property still and probably use it for seasonal workforce housing. That's the plan right now. But we will be there to care and maintain for the property, so effectively, nothing really changes. We just change it from using it as a guest house to having permission to be able to rent it to seasonal workforce. Going through your list of criteria here, the first one is about architecturally consistent with the existing principal dwelling on a lot. It was designed to match and fit within the historic district character. Nothing's being changed again at all to this. The second criteria is, do we have adequate and appropriate open space and landscaping and off-street parking? I mentioned the parking situation already, which should be more than adequate. We're a family of 4 and we have 2 cars, so plenty of space, especially if I move that Airstream. Is the ADU will maintain a compatible relationship with the character of adjacent and neighborhood properties. We are one of a couple properties on Newcastle Ave, like within our block, that does have an accessory unit. Again, nothing is changing here, and many of our neighbors do use their accessory dwelling structure as guest housing too. And I think I've addressed all your criteria, but I'm happy to answer any questions anybody has.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
First question, I just looked at this very briefly, but I don't see, what's the gross square footage of the building?
Great question. I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's like 37 feet by 16 feet wide. So I think it's like, I can't do the math, I'm sorry. 600 or 700 square feet.
Well, there is a maximum size of an ADU. That's why I asked it. It's in the ordinance.
I apologize. I wasn't aware of it. I can do the math quickly on what the area is. Portion of that structure is actually a garden shed, so not the whole
It's
thing.
still a building that has a maximum square footage.
Okay, if you give me a second, I can do some math here.
Peter might be able to provide it.
Can you tell me, I know it's below 1,000 square feet, it's probably about 600 or 700 square feet.
It's 37 by,
I think- I'm
16.
pretty sure.
592. Yep.
Is that the total?
Yeah, I get 592.
That's 37 by 16.
592.
So it's less than that.
Okay. And you're not putting a second story on it, it's just,
No, it's staying exactly as is, no
Okay.
changes whatsoever.
thank you.
Sure.
Yep.
Bill?
So I think you've said that you're going to use it sometimes for family that comes to visit,
Yeah,
but not all the time.
correct.
Are you familiar with the requirements on short-term rentals? And this cannot be used for Airbnb within a residential neighborhood?
Yeah, I spoke with the city about that specifically when I met with them to discuss submitting this application, so I am aware, yep.
Any other questions? Yes.
There was someone who reached out to us to say that they're concerned about the increased intensive use of this property as a dwelling unit versus just a office as it is mostly right now. Is there anything that you could give us to help us out in understanding whether or not those concerns are valid?
Sure, yeah, I mean, we have a vested interest in not being intensely used because we live there and it is in the historic district and it's a small property. And I do use it as my home office too and plan to keep doing this. This is really meant to help with friends who might want to rent as seasonal workforce housing. So we don't expect to use this more than 2 months out of the year as rentals in total. So, and for us, it would be a low intense use. I don't even know if I will use it this year or in following years. It's having the ability to do it and help out friends who are, like, for example, one of my best friends, she and her husband are charter crew in the Caribbean in the winter, and they come here in the summers and find it hard to find a place to rent and work. So we were thinking about it from that context.
Yes, Jim.
Yes, I'd just like to follow up on your statement about how much will be used. So you said 2 months, probably 2 months out of the year.
In total, yep.
Do you plan to winterize it?
It is winterized.
Oh, it is winterized.
And that was a requirement by the city inspector. So the entire, to get the conditional use permit, to have it be an office space with a full bathroom, I had to fully insulate
Oh,
the
okay.
entire structure, so it's all foam insulated and met code as of 4 years ago. I also had to foam all the plumbing and install heaters on the plumbing going underneath the house, and
Okay.
it was the most expensive bathroom I've ever created in my life. So, yeah, we're good. And it does have in-floor heating in the bathroom. Like I said, heating in the plumbing itself, and then there's also a mini split that provides cooling and heat too.
Okay, well, that certainly opens up your options in the future then.
Any other questions to the applicant?
More so a comment. I think it's quite nice. I think it's really beautiful. We're all super familiar with Newcastle Avenue, how the neighbors are in close proximity, and she has acknowledged that her family is here. She has young children, and to be good stewards of that property with the consideration of having a tenant, it seems like they're well aware of what they're getting into. So the building itself is really cute. It's beautiful, and it looks like they've maintained it the way that they should. And this is a seemingly no-brainer for what our ADU policy states. So.
I just want to pick up on that same theme. It's a wonderful application. I think it's a very low impact, very well presented. I just hope nothing that we said tonight is going to limit the amount of use. I heard, a couple of months, that we're not, our approval tonight has no bearing on how often she uses it. She can use it as much as she wants.
That would have to be a condition which would not be something I would support.
Very good, very good.
Thank you.
Any other questions to the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Open the public hearing. Is there anybody here or on Zoom who wishes to speak to, for, or against this application? Step forward or raise your hand on Zoom. Anybody there? I'm not going to go through 3 rounds, so this is your last chance if you wish to speak on this application. Otherwise, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion.
Yes.
Make a motion, the planning board vote to find the conditional use permit application meets the requirements set forth in section 10(8)(14)(62) of the ordinance and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Findings adopted.
Make a motion that the planning board vote to grant the conditional use permit with the following conditions, 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3 as outlined in the meeting materials.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? You are approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I've noticed that the applicant for the first
I know.
hearing
I
is
was
here. Is
about
it
to say,
possible?
we have an unusual situation.
Why did nobody?
The first applicant is now here. We've moved to continue that to the next meeting. I understand now that you're here, you could present it. My question is for the abutters and anybody else who may have departed on Zoom or otherwise, given that it was continued.
I think we should continue.
I hate to be
Yeah,
difficult, but
the motion was made very quickly. Typically, in the past, it's more customary to push the hearing to the end of the meeting when that happens. But I understand if we've lost participants, that's another, I wasn't thinking about that.
Can I ask a question? There's an appeal period, correct?
for a decision, not a continuance.
For the decision? And anybody voting in affirmation is able to take it back, is that correct? to reopen it?
Oh, now you're talking about a Robert's Rules thing?
Yeah.
I didn't bring it.
Well, I guess,
There's a Robert's rule in my drawer at my desk.
Peter, did you see people registered to speak that dropped off?
No, I've only seen one person on the whole time, and they're still on. I think they're here for a different matter.
We don't need a Bible, we need Robert's rules.
It's at my seat. There's one in my drawer.
Peter, you might have.
There it is.
I
We
keep
have a
it.
Bible over here. That's
One thing I know that's in Robert's Rules, and that the chair has discretion, so if you wish to make that motion and the second, I'm willing to reconsider the vote. It could be given that we don't have anybody, I didn't see anybody walk out of the room.
Right.
Motion to reconsider.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion to reconsider the same second, you seconded it the first time?
I made the motion the first
You
time.
made the motion first time.
Don't mind being second this time.
Okay. Is everybody okay with this vote? You want to talk about it?
No, makes sense.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We will now go back to item number 1 on the agenda.
Old business.
I'm not going to reread the entire thing because I read it once. It is a request of Perkins Coie Realty Joint Revocable Trust for the property at Assessors Map 131, Lot 13-3, wetland conditional use permit, et cetera, as I read earlier. Who is here to present this application?
One of the owners, Rebecca Perkins Quokka. And I just want to thank the board greatly for your consideration. I thought I was behind my good friend, the Portsmouth Housing Authority, and so I thought I might have a little time, but that was just a determination of completeness. So I really appreciate your consideration, and I'm not aware of anyone who left the room, so I thank you, Chair, for letting me present. We are here for just an amendment to our site plan as approved. We are a condominium association kind of tucked back from the road. You'll see there's a long driveway, 3 adjoined homes, and we are the last home. The yard that sort of surrounds our home is deeded with our condominium, and so we're looking to make improvements to that yard area. And those improvements include adding 192 square feet of new impervious surface adjoining our home on the farther side from the wetland. And so we were in front of the Concom for several months. We had a great process. They went over the plantings with us. They went over the drainage plan with us. We were able to design the replacement deck in a way that met the standard for impervious surface. And so the new pervious surface, it's hard to point out, you'll see is just sort of a little corner adjoining our existing sunroom near the bottom of the plan. So what we're hoping to do is just, sort of grub the soil, be able to put in some new native plantings, be able to create drainage that actually draws the water closer to the existing wetland that's behind our home. And so we're hoping these are all improvements that the board can support, but because it's a change to the site plan that was approved for the condominium association, we just need to have an amendment approved so that the structural footprint can change. And I'm happy to answer any questions at all about that.
Thank you. Any questions to the applicant?
I have just one.
Yes.
Seems silly, but I presume the rest of the owners in your HOA have reviewed and kind of looked at this?
They have. Yep, we walked them around this. Part of your packet is actually a letter from the association in support, and so there's only 3 of us. One is the treasurer, one is the president, and so they both reviewed and they agreed to sign on to the letter. So everybody
Splendid.
seems good. Yep.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, board. I appreciate it.
I'll open the public hearing on this one. Anybody here on Zoom wishes to speak to, for, or against this application? Once again, last call. Anybody wish to speak to, for, or against this application? If you're on Zoom, raise your hand now. We had a delay on a previous meeting. That's why I'm repeating the Zoom request. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion we vote to find the conditional use permit application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.1017, spot 50 of the ordinance and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Adopted.
And I continue to make a motion we vote to grant the conditional use permit as presented.
Second.
And, yes,
I've got a technical question about whether this goes to the individual unit owner or to the condo association.
the approval?
Goes with the property, right?
It's on common property. The applicant is, as I read it, Ms. Quokka, who is here, it would be something to go with the land.
Which is the association
Association
rather than the
property.
unit owner.
Yeah. Which ties into Andrew's question about the association being in on the review. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? You are approved. Thank you very much. Our next hearing is a request of Flipping Burger LLC as owner for property at 1 Sagamore Grove, requesting a wetland conditional use permit from section 1010-1750 for the demolition of the existing dwelling and construction of a new single-family dwelling with attached garage, walkway, patio, driveway, and removal of an existing septic tank. Proposed impervious surface within the wetland buffer will be 2,376 square feet and will be 40 feet from the wetland edge. The applicant is proposing a permeable driveway, permeable walkway, permeable patio, and a stone drip edge, a vegetated swale in the front lawn, and the restoration of the 25-foot vegetated buffer on site and additional wetland buffer plantings. This property is on Assessor's Map 201, Lot 8, and is in the Single Residence B or SRB district. Who is here to present this application?
Eric Weinrib with Altus Engineering. Also with me is Brett Berger with Flippin' Burgers LLC. Noted the parcels, tax map 201, Lot 8, 1 Sagamore Grove. Mr. Berger is proposing to raise the existing dilapidated home on the property. The house is very much beyond repair. Parcel is 15,249 square feet in area, which is over the minimum lot size of 15,000 and has 100 feet of over 100 feet of frontage, making it a conforming lot of record. There is a large wetland system to the south of the property, just off the on the bottom half of the plan. Of that wetland, it's over 10,000 square feet. Only 750 square feet, more or less, is on the parcel. And because of the shape of the wetland, because of the shape of the lot, only 549 square feet of the lot is not in the wetland buffer. If you go to the next sheet, you can see in that top right corner is the only area that's not that's not in the wetland buffer, and that area is not in buildable footprint by the zoning setbacks. The existing lawn goes almost all the way up to the edge of the wetlands. So what we're proposing to do is tear down the house, build a pretty compact house on the lot in the building envelope, move it as close forward as possible, and build a new driveway and restore the lawn to a natural vegetated area, keeping a small section of lawn. The meadow restoration is going to be approximately 4,165 square feet, which is over 25% of the lot area. So as you can see, that green area, it takes up a considerable amount of area. That's going to be a naturalized wetland buffer. We're going to let that grow up. We're planting 4 sugar maples in that area, and then as the Conservation Commission requested, in addition to the wetland buffer plaque, we're putting some more permanent markation in there as some boulders to delineate that area. For stormwater management, as noted, going to be permeable pavers for the patio and the driveway, stone drip edge around the perimeter of the house, and we're creating a depression, very shallow in the front corner to treat the first flush of runoff before it discharges along the swale along the eastern side of the lot. The stormwater computations are included in the package. Our narrative is in describing why we meet the conditions of the criteria for the conditional use permit. And the July 10th Conservation Commission meeting, there were 4 items on their recommendations. All 4 of those items are actually in the plan set. And I'll just, item 1 is note 20 on sheet C2. Item 2 is note 19 on C2. Item 3 is in the middle of the plan on the left on C2, and just below that, or above that, is the item 4 about the permanent wetland placards. So all 4 of those criteria have already included on the plan set. I'm out of words. I have Brett here if you have any questions.
Questions of the applicant?
Significant increase of the building coverage on the lot within the 100-foot setback. How are we justifying that?
We're justifying it because there's no stormwater management there today. There's an existing septic system that, if the house were to be reoccupied, would connect to the municipal system. We're adding 27% of the lot into a natural state. So we're protecting that area, increasing the natural buffer where it's mowed up to the edge of the lawn now. There's yard debris and construction debris in the back of the property in the buffer that we're removing. We're obviously making permeable pavers to mitigate the runoff from the driveway.
But what's the hardship? Why can't you just go up
Why can't we go up?
instead of increasing the footprint?
We are going up. We are increasing the footprint modestly. We're putting a garage in so that the cars are not subject to the runoff from the storms. And that size of that house, we're actually well, first of all, it's not occupiable. And that to rebuild the house, I think it's a modest-sized house. I believe our footprint, including the garage, is approximately 1,700 square feet. So I think it's a very modest-sized home. And we have, initially, when we went to the Conservation Commission, we had a little bit larger home, and we heard their concerns, and we made it smaller, more compact, and made it a little bit taller. So we've been through that exercise, and that's how the Conservation Commission developed their comfort with this.
Okay, but it's still an increase in square footage. So what about the increase in the impervious surfaces mentioned in the background here, going from 1,616 square feet to 2,376? Why do we have more impervious surface in the buffer?
Right now, there's no driveway. We're providing a driveway. We're providing.
It says the driveway is permeable, so that doesn't have an impact on that number.
That's,
I'm talking impervious, which is what's in the memo, 2,376 square feet versus 1,616. And it says you got a permeable driveway, permeable walkway, permeable patio, all that.
those are considered impervious by the lot coverage, but not by the treatment.
I'm sorry, but I'd like a clarification on the memo from the staff, because I'm looking at 2 different things. It says the proposed building coverage is 1,758 square feet of impact, which is an increase. And then it goes on to say that the proposed impervious surface within the wetland buffer is 2,376, where the existing impervious surface appears to be 1,616. So it's an increase in both in the staff memo.
So again, the building coverage, 1,700, right?
Yeah, it's an increase.
Yes, it is.
From 1,056.
Yes.
And then the impervious surface, in other words,
So I didn't write the staff memo, so the impervious is, I assume that they're counting anything
It
that
includes both structure and driveway. The building coverage just covers the structure of the house.
Okay.
And then the
It-
impervious covers.
But he was trying to say the driveway, but he says
So-
in here, this says it's in a permeable driveway, is that correct?
So it's still permeable,
Right.
but it's by the city standards, it's an impervious surface because it's a hardscape.
I'm not comfortable with the increase at all. Sorry. Next.
Any other questions?
I have one question.
Yes.
Mr. Martin, it mentions in your memo you're removing an existing septic tank.
Yes.
Is that area has sewer now?
It does now. The house, since Walter left the house, it has not been occupied. It can't be occupied.
Right.
And it can't be renovated because it's just in such poor condition. So when the city completed the improvements on Sagamore Grove and on Sagamore, the stub was put there. Mr. Berger, when he builds the house, will need to install his own E1 pump system and connect to that force main that's there.
Okay, great, thanks.
Andrew?
Two brief questions. There's a gray chopped line or dotted line on the plan set. Just looking for an identification to what that is. Yeah.
This,
Where is that?
Just behind the
it's in
orange.
the swale on
Yeah.
the right there.
That's just our swale, diverting the runoff from the front of the property to the back. And in that top corner, there's a modest little depression in the lawn to treat that first flush.
My second question is, with the recent completion of the condo building out front, did they add any drainage treatment to that Sagamore Grove street itself?
No, their driveway into the garage
Yeah.
pitches down towards the garage. There's a trench drain there that drains into the city drainage system. And then up above, they have permeable pavement, and that all infiltrates. So there is no closed drainage that runs in the direction of our property.
Okay.
I have a question for staff, not the applicant, but I wanted to ask it before the public hearing. Is now an appropriate time?
Yes.
Does a property owner, on this property specifically, would a new property owner have the right, by right, to rebuild the home on the footprint that is there now?
If they demolished the home and kept the footprint.
Kept the foundation, said we're going to keep the footprint, they don't have the right to do that.
They would need a variance because it's encroaching in the setbacks
They would need
We're in the front
variance.
setback.
from the zoning board because it violates this front setback.
but it's on the current foundation.
They could, if they could keep the structure somehow and fix it, they could, but they couldn't increase the nonconformity. So removing it and keeping the foundation, they would have to, that would be reconstruction.
Okay.
And so you can't do that unless it conforms to the dimensional requirements. So they would need a variance from the zoning board.
All right. All right. Say they were able to save the construction of the building.
Right.
Would they have to be put in a permeable driveway by the city's definition, whether it be an impermeable surface or asphalt? Would the city require them to put in a driveway?
From what's there existing?
Yeah. I just bought this house.
It's not a requirement, but I think for his stormwater treatment, and that's the reason for putting that feature. It's not a requirement.
I'm trying to figure out what by right an applicant, a person would have on this property. And what is this application, what's the difference between this application and what someone would have by right to do?
They could, if the house is salvageable, they could fix it up, but they couldn't increase the nonconformity. They couldn't go higher.
It's fine,
Right.
but would they be mandated to put in a driveway, or could they just park on
No,
the
they wouldn't be
current,
mandated to, no. I mean, they could use the existing driveway.
which is what, now?
Gravel.
Gravel.
Did you wanna say
All
something?
we would be able to do is renovate. So if the foundation was deemed, which it is, to be insufficient, we would have to tear it down, and then that would trigger a variance.
Thank you.
Just, Eric, the existing impervious coverage versus what's proposed, based on the question earlier, do you know what those two numbers are? Well, he's looking that up. I'm going to suggest that we have a workshop soon about some zoning amendments. And one of the items that we've talked about in the past, and as the vice chair has raised, is some of his questions. The way the wetlands permits are handled in the city don't really fit with the language of the ordinance. And the spirit and intent that's gone through with the Conservation Commission, gone through with this board, as explained by this applicant and others, I think fits environmentally. It makes sense, but it doesn't necessarily fit with the language we currently have. So I've discussed this with the legal department, and I think we need to adjust the language to fit with what we're actually been doing to conform with. If the board is in agreement and if the council is in agreement, who ultimately have the decision, but it would be my recommendation that we at least have a separate paragraph that says, provided nevertheless, if the board finds that the environmental conditions will be improved, make a list of things, that those can supersede the other requirements. Because the requirements that are in our ordinance that this applicant and others have to address are really greenfield requirements. They're rural, put it another way.
So if I can explain a little bit. So how the ordinance is written is there's building coverage and then there's open space. It isn't lot impervious. So the open space defines that driveway and the patios, even though they're permeable, is not open space. And that's where I think that question comes up. So if you look at our sheet C1, the current open space is 13,219 square feet. We're losing about 500 square feet of open space. So we're going to 12,709. And so that's really primarily the driveway. To get two cars off the road, to have a good driveway, to have the cars be able to get into the garage, and then a very modest patio that's permeable behind it.
Thank you. That answered the question. Any other questions of the applicant? If there aren't, I'm going to open the public hearing. Public hearing's open on this one. Anybody here or on Zoom wish to speak to, for, or against this application? Anybody?
No one's raised their hand.
Last call. Anybody on Zoom, raise your hand. Anybody here, come to the podium. Seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public hearing.
I'll make a motion. Vote to find that the conditional use permit application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.1017.50 of the ordinance and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Discussion. Yes, Greg.
I'm not going to support this. I think it's just like our zoning change for the Gateway District. Wait till it's changed and then propose your project. This is an increase in square footage, an increase of impervious surface, and it's right next to the creek.
This is just the application, right?
This is just findings of fact.
It's
Findings of
just
fact.
findings of fact.
Right, in fact.
Oh, sorry, that's the speech for the application.
We knew.
I'll move that.
You can say it again if you want. You don't have to. But on the motion and second on the findings, any other discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Findings are adopted.
And a motion to vote the grant the conditional use permit with following conditions of 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 outlined in the staff memo. And if I get a second, I'd like to speak to this motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. I think the applicant has done a thorough job, gone before the Conservation Commission. If they've approved it, something can be done in this property. You have a right to have a home on property that you own in a residential area. Something's going to be done. I think the 1,700 square foot is a modest home. They aren't trying to go crazy with the lot square footage a lot of the percentages we're hearing are due to just natural features that you want as part of a home, a driveway, a patio, and all those being permeable. So I think this is a modest application, an improvement on what's there, and meets all the intents of the zoning ordinance.
Andrew?
Greg's point does not fall deaf on me. I think it's a relevant statement. It's a sensitive piece of land. We just saw a pretty sizable condo building get built there, and everyone's eyes were on that for the last 2.5 or so odd years. But I also think that the letter included from this wetland scientist is also extremely relevant. And the brief sentence I'll read from that is, the buffer has entirely been modified by human activity associated with the current use. The evidence of this disturbance is reflected in the significant population of non-native invasive species. So at the end of the day, Greg, I certainly agree with your mentality, and everything's better in moderation, but to have someone raise their hand and take this on and improve it with removing a bad septic system, connecting to public sewer, and adding drainage, to me is a win-win. Let's let him spend his money on that, but I also think like you can't really get away with denigrating a site beyond what it is now. And as previously alluded, otherwise we're just going to be looking at a shack because there's no other reasonable alternative that fits within our ordinance.
Anybody else? All those points are points that I would see at the last paragraph. That isn't there yet, but it should be, because they make sense, and it's good stewardship of the land. I get your point.
I agree with the theory. It's not the way it's written.
I understand that.
I can write the next ordinance if you want.
Please, I'll vote on it.
It could be a team effort. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes.
Motion carries. A request of Samuel Holman and Christina Schneider Holman as owners for property at 271 Lafayette Road, requesting a conditional use permit from section 10814 for the construction of a new detached accessory dwelling unit, or DADU. This property is on Assessor's Map 230 Lot 18 and is in the single residence or SRB district. Who is here to present this application?
My name is Christina Holman, owner and applicant. My husband is unable to be here. He's traveling for work. I do have Jeff with me, who is an engineer who helped with the plan. We bought the home 2 years ago, and we have been working tirelessly to update it. We have gone through the city, gotten all necessary permits. We love the home. We are so happy there. The next phase for us is to build a garage with ADU above, a living space above. My dream always was to have a home in a beautiful space so that family and friends could come and visit, and now here I am in Portsmouth. So that's what we're looking to do, is to build a 2-car garage with an apartment above for friends and family to visit. Before starting the project, I did speak to the neighbors to our right, Nick and Louise Paquette, who are very excited about the project. I also spoke to Pat Rowe, who is the manager of the cemetery easement to our left, who also said, whatever you do on your property, she was in agreement. So we went forward and started the planning. So that's where I end, and Jeff can answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for either of the applicants? Are you guys formulating a question, or?
I have one.
Google Earthing.
You seem to be putting the garage right up against the setback line, but then you're still doing parking in between. Is there, I guess I was wondering what the reason is for that, because you seem to have a lot of places that you could park cars, so why are you going right up against the property line with parking?
Yeah, so the property actually is wide and then gets very narrow. So when you look at our property, it looks like it's very wide, but actually, when you start to go back, so what I'd like to have in the back of the home is a deck, which we have put in and it's been approved. and a pretty area to look out our kitchen and the deck, which then puts that driveway on the other side. Otherwise, that would be right on that deck and, pretty garden area that I'm planning.
And if I could just add, the portion that might look like parking is actually for turning around, because getting out onto Lafayette is rather unwieldy if you're trying to back out.
Oh, I drive down this road every day past this, and I always thought that cemetery was on this lot, so I was fascinated to realize it really wasn't.
And I was actually planning on reading in the project narrative as well, if I can do that. But I would also just point out where the deck on the principal structure is being built, there is currently a dilapidated garage there, and having experienced those conditions now, it's difficult with the current parking situation and pulling out. So this would be an improvement for that as well.
And I'm sorry, you said it's Jeff? Could you
Yes.
your name and address for the record?
My name is Jeff Mattson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
You seem to actually be making a garage that's deep enough for 4 cars inside of it, and the ADU is actually larger than what our ordinance allows, so I guess what is the justification or use or reason for this?
Yeah, I'll answer that. It's not on the site plan, but on the floor plan, you can see that a good portion of the back is actually for an office and the stairs to get up to the ADU. And just to clarify, the ADU itself will be within the allowable square footage. It's the building footprint that is over.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe I'll read the project narrative. It's very similar to what is on the proposed, what was on the application, but I submitted an slightly updated version that isn't exactly the same, but I'll read it into the record here. A new construction garage with detached accessory dwelling unit, or DADU, is being proposed. The building height will be 20.6 feet, and the DADU will have a gross living area of 745 square feet, with 1 bedroom and 2 associated tandem parking spaces, which if you go to the the site plan, you can see the parking spaces, those 2 on the top of the site plan map, those 2 cars between the garage and the property line will be parking dedicated to the DADU, and then the 2 spots inside the garage are for parking. And then there's the additional turnaround area outside, which I suppose could be parking for guests, but primarily used for turning around. The DADU will integrate into the community with minimal impact on the surrounding neighborhood by matching the windows, doors, siding, and roof pitches of the principal building. Compliance with 10.814.21 and 10.814.22 will be satisfied with the same owner occupying the principal dwelling unit and also owning the DADU. Modification will be needed for 10.814.436, since the DADU includes a roof dormer occupying 82% of an individual roof plane, which is greater than the allowed 33%. However, this dormer side faces an unbuildable lot which contains the cemetery, and it still satisfies the side yard setback to preserve light, air, and privacy. Additionally, the dormer height is under 20.6 feet, so that's allowed, and it's essential to making the second floor functional living space that is still less than 750 square feet. And I'd also add that the principal dwelling, the second floor of the principal dwelling, those windows on that side also have a higher vantage point even than this proposed would. So there would be no alteration of privacy to the unbuildable lot where the cemetery is. Modification will also be needed for 10.814.434, since the building footprint of the building containing the DADU is 1,106 square feet, which is greater than the allowed 750 square feet. This can be justified by the fact that an existing 2-car garage is being demolished to be replaced with this new and improved structure, also containing a 2-car garage, and the fact that there is still 74% open area with only 12% building coverage. And this is because the lot is bigger than the minimum required 15,000 square feet. I think this is 19,000 square feet. The other modification needed is for 10.814.435. Since the gross floor area of the building containing the DADU is 1,785 square feet, which is greater than 75% of the gross floor area of the principal dwelling unit, which is 1,578, so just a little bit bigger. This modest request for modification can be justified because the new building containing the DADU is still subordinate to the principal dwelling by being set back 60 feet farther from the street than the principal dwelling, and it is one less story. It is also better aesthetically to have one new subordinate building rather than two new buildings, one building for the garage/office, and then another building being proposed for the DADU. And that would be a way to have a footprint less than 1,578 square feet, which would not require a modification, but we don't think that would serve the purposes aesthetically as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Joe.
Yeah, I don't misunderstand my question. I'm in support of your application as of right now. The statement that the lot that has the cemetery on it is not buildable, why are we coming to that conclusion?
Is this a cemetery?
Yeah, it's
Well, there's a portion of a cemetery, correct? And we know that there's a minimum or maximum distance that someone could build, the owner of that, from the cemetery. Go ahead.
Lot's non-conforming, it doesn't have enough road frontage.
Right? As of right now, I just want to make sure. So that's the reason currently. If there was some agreement or variance given later, then
There
it
might
could
be easements and restrictions in the
Right.
deed, too.
Might
We
be.
don't know.
Might be.
An additional criteria is the ordinance states a certain distance from a cemetery that new construction is allowed, and that would take up most of this property and also the narrowness of that long property with minimal street frontage that is fixed. If you account for the 10-foot setbacks on either side, you're like maybe you could fit an Airstream on it.
And currently,
So
the-
concern is the dormers facing what could be buildable?
I don't even have a concern with the dormers facing. I just wanted to make sure that people weren't basing a decision on, he stated the lot was not buildable. I just wanted to confirm, if anyone was basing their decision on that, I wasn't sure that was in fact the case, so I was just confirming. So
Good question.
asked-
I
asked and
misunderstood
answered.
it to be
Thank
a cemetery. It's just a cemetery in the back corner of the
Right.
adjacent property.
The actual reason why I said undevelopable was on the assessor's database. Looking at the map, it has extra details before you hit the property data section to see the property card, and that said undevelopable. But granted, that's not like a legally binding thing, but I assume that was just because of its nonconformities, but also the cemetery
Thank you.
criteria.
You explained
That's the
why.
thorough answer. Thank you. That's very good. Thank you.
Bill, you had a question?
I just want to be sure I understand. So you've got essentially a greenfield opportunity. You're not modifying any building. There's nothing adjacent to it that constrains what you do. There's no wetlands issue. And yet the proposal is the regulations call for 33% roof coverage for the dormer, and you've got 82%. The maximum footprint is 750, and you've got 1,100. And the relation of the size of the ADU to the home is 13% greater than what is allowed. Is that the proposal as I understand it, right?
Everything makes sense. I don't know about the 13%, but it seems feasible based just looking at the numbers, yes.
Jim.
I just want to clarify my understanding of the property as it exists now. There's an existing house and there's an existing garage. And the existing garage is on the south side of the property on your south abutting, and you're going to tear that down, then build a new structure on the north side of your property. And the footing of that is going to be 1,000 square feet or something?
The footing for the garage and office and stairs for the DADU, the footing for the whole structure would be the building footprint, which is 1,106 square feet.
Okay. Now, is there any hardship preventing you from just complying with the requirement of 750 square feet for the foundation for the ADU?
Well, it would, instead of being a garage with a DADU above it, it would have to be a garage and then a separate, another structure with a DADU not attached, and then it could be 745 square feet, which is what the gross living area of, but it's just aesthetically, we thought that it made more sense. It's a pretty classic design to have a garage with a space above it.
Right, and
we're
I'm
not-
just contemplating a 750 square foot garage with a 750 square foot ADU above it. I'm just wondering why that can't be constructed.
Well, I suppose, but the main thing here is that you need stairs, and I suppose we could put stairs outside of the footprint, but then you have to deal with the winter conditions, and aesthetics is not as nice. And then the homeowners, since the COVID pandemic and this change to working from home, the idea of an office that's separate for to be able to do business calls and everything. This one new structure accomplishes many desires of the applicant, which I suppose could be achieved with multiple separate structures. We just felt that it didn't make as much sense aesthetically. And just to add, we looked at having a smaller dormer, but the end result basically would have been to make it a two-story structure, because you need essentially a full height wall for multiple things such as your kitchen area and your bathroom area. And if all the walls are only 4 feet tall, you're really constrained by your living area. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add, so in terms of the office space, so I'm a therapist at Seacoast Mental Health, and I do telehealth, so I work from home, and obviously having the privacy is really crucial for me. So the home office works for me and for my husband, who, when he's not traveling, works from home.
Greg?
Is there anything wrong with the garage you're tearing down?
It's not in good condition, and
Is it in use?
it has some stuff in it, but they don't trust putting the cars in there. It is very close to the south side setback, and it's also in the way of where the deck is going.
Thank you.
It's actually also, it's over the setback line.
It's over the
So
setback.
the proposal is more conforming as far as
The
setbacks.
proposal is completely conforming with setbacks to
That's the existing
preserve light air and
conforming use.
privacy.
Understood.
So to clarify what you're proposing, it's against the setback line, but the ADU portion of the new building is 745 square feet. You've got space downstairs that's a dual function. You've got garage for 2 cars for the main house and 2 offices for the 2 people who need office space.
It's actually, yeah, it says office twice, but it's the area under the space would be a walkthrough, so it's essentially one big.
So it's an office and some garage, plus
Yes.
the stairs to get upstairs.
Yes.
And the stairs don't count under our ADU calculation. I mean, it's kind of a clever way of consolidating things into one structure as opposed to sprinkling 2 buildings on site. Some people don't agree with that.
No, that was my concern, Chair, that, I mean, we can talk about it now or discussion, but the ADU rules that we spent a ton of time revising, I think anticipated this scenario that we wanted to strictly limit the foundation to 750 so that people couldn't glom on extra uses.
Correct.
Why don't we wait till after the public hearing?
Okay.
If I could just,
Did you have your hand up, Beth?
I was going to say what he just shut it out.
if I could just add an additional comment. Basically, we could remove the trim that, again, we don't like this idea because aesthetically it's not as good, but if we removed the trim on the gable end, it is essentially just, and so it would be like a salt box style with 2 different pitched roof lines. It basically wouldn't be a dormer anymore. it would just be the second floor on that side. We don't like the look of that as much, but it's, I totally appreciate the intention with the 33% dormer rule, but if you actually went through this process of trying to design an ADU above a garage, which I imagine is a very common scenario and that you guys would be in favor of, it's actually really difficult if you don't create a full second story to have a dormer that's only 33%.
Any other questions of the applicant? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Andrew, did you have your hand up? That wasn't,
No.
okay.
Nervous tick.
You were hiding behind Tony, I think. I'm going to open the public hearing on this. Anybody here or on Zoom who wishes to speak to, for, or against this application, please step up to the podium, give your name and address for the record. Mm-hmm.
We'll share them, thanks. We'll pass them down. You don't want to take up your time.
And ma'am, you have 3 minutes, just to remind you, once you get there.
I did have a conversation with Christina when she moved in, and
Your name, please, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Oh, Pat Rowe.
Thank you.
Right. I'm one of the caretakers of the cemetery. My son and I, my husband being deceased. And 271 Lafayette Road is the address of the Langdon Cemetery, and it's an active private cemetery. My husband is buried there. My name is on a stone. My mother and father are buried there. My husband's mother, and everybody else is very old, but they're all there. Our side is the left side of 271 Lafayette, and it's shaped like Vermont. We have a very narrow end, and the cemetery goes across the whole width of the top of Vermont, okay? The Holman side is shaped like New Hampshire. And the cemetery, our cemetery, I just said that, okay. I said that. The Langdon farmhouse itself, which has been renovated some and now renovated, really renovated, was built in 1700. It goes way back. Under the care of my husband, a descendant of the Langdons, and I have proof of all that if anybody wants to see it, the cemetery was restored in 1997 and is maintained this time by my son and myself. And it'll tell you on that paper, it was all overgrown. It was an absolute mess. We also spent about $14,000 filling in stone wall in the back. There was an opening. At one time, they owned all the land, and apparently they had an opening. They drove a horse through there or whatever. When we came back to Portsmouth, we bought a house in Elwyn Park. We wanted just to expand our garage, and we were told we had to have 10 feet free before the neighbor's line of property. We only had 7. And being new to the neighborhood and everything, we didn't really want to make a fuss and decided we didn't really need that garage, so we didn't pursue it to see if, we could have gotten it anyway. Uh-oh. I'd like to know where the snow is going to go. I'm very, very discouraged about the 2 parking spots right next to my line. Why? There's been some little problems with littering in the cemetery itself. I have it locked now. I have no idea what's going on. I can't find out. I've talked to the police. And cigarette butts from workers, things like that come in, park on our side. What are you going to do, but where's the snow? And the other thing, it just seems like an awful lot of building. I mean, it's not like it's some old neglected cemetery that's been and nobody's cared for a long time. It is cared for. It is active. I pay taxes on it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else wish to speak to, for, against this application? Name and address, please, when you start.
Yes, my name is Jeffrey Cooper. I live at 227 Park Street. Just listening, and I'm curious to know why the office can't go into the main house, in which case the ADU would then be in compliance. And I'm seeing that there is room on the main house for a dormer to accommodate that on the third floor. So that's just a comment.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Brian McCarthy. We're at 243 Lafayette, and if you were looking at the parcel with the cemetery, we're actually the house on the other side, so we were a little unsure in terms of why we ended up receiving the letter, because we're not a true abutter, but we're abutting the cemetery, so I'm not quite sure what the rules are. So we're going to be really looking at this house in terms of the impact in regards to our backyard. So the windows from the dormer are coming right over looking at our porch. The two cars are going to be parked right against the cemetery line, which, you know, the applicant was mentioning Pleasant View, so our Pleasant View potentially is now going to be these two cars, plus the people in the dorm are just looking into our backyard and the porch. And I know that there's expansion in Portsmouth, not trying to be that cranky old, you know, not in my backyard sort of person, but you know, this was new to us in terms of getting the letter. We looked online in regards to the various documentation that was provided, and it just seems like the size of the structure, which is almost as large as our entire house, plus the layout and the closeness and everything else, just seems that there's space that we're wondering if there could be just alternatives looked at in regards to just different options to maybe have a little bit less impact. We've lived in the house for about 25 years, and although it's not a wetlands, it's really interesting because we're basically near Summit, but there's quite a bit of water, especially in the winter, I'd say runoff. If we had a lot of snow, we had rain, which we sometimes in the spring, and there's quite a bit of water that pools over into that particular lot in terms of where the cemetery is and then potentially over to where this house is going to be built. So I don't know if a water study was any part of that, because I'd hate to see anybody put something in there and then that become some sort of long-term problem, because it's really kind of a peculiar spot in regards to the water, which surprised us thinking we're in such a high part of Portsmouth that we wouldn't see that. So I didn't hear anything about that, and I get a little concerned in regards to the footprint of the house, plus the additional pavement that'll be there in regards to what might happen with the water. So that was basically it for comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here or on Zoom wish to speak to, for, against this application? First round. I'm going to close first round. There is a second round. If anybody wishes to speak, who has spoken the first time, wishes to speak in the second round. Seeing nobody, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now there's the opportunity for discussion. Joe.
I just wanted to make the comment of thanking Mrs. Rowe for the presentation that she made regarding the cemetery. That was quite an education. I'm almost embarrassed about my question earlier, to be honest with you, but it was buildable. But thank you so much for that.
Now we need a motion on.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'll vote to find that the conditional use permit application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.814.62 of the ordinance and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
You said vote. I think you meant move.
Second.
Andrew seconded.
I think we have, okay. Any discussion on findings? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Findings are adopted.
I'll keep going, and
Yes.
I would move that we vote to grant the following modifications listed in the staff memo: 2.1, 2.2, and 2.3.
Second.
Discussion. You want to?
I just think that we have the ability to support both attached and detached accessory dwelling units. I understand we have waivers to the rules, and I think this is a thoughtful application of that, and I'd like to encourage more of this.
Greg.
We spent a lot of time on this with City Council and everybody, and I think these three asks are excessive. Further to the effect that there's additional space in the garage that they're going to tear down that could be done. I see no hardship in granting these three, so I won't be supporting it.
Andrew and then Beth.
I would echo what Greg said, with the caveat that we spend a lot of time setting these thresholds, and we don't want to quickly set a new precedent for the thresholds that we just created. So in my head, I think if this should not proceed in advance, it is not insurmountable for them to make some quick edits and come back to us with a suitable and appropriate plan and design, which I would be really happy about approving. But at this moment, I do think it's a little bit big, and the changes seem to be rather straightforward.
Beth.
To speak about the modifications, I mean, I was part of a lot of discussions around the ADU changes, and the building footprint was to make sure we didn't have giant buildings that look much, much bigger than the existing house. So that was the reason behind that. We also had discussion at one point about if you could put it way far back, and so it's not as close to the main house, then it might not, there might be an okay way to modify it in that respect. This is a fair amount ways back behind the house. The gross floor area of the building containing it, once again, it's big, and as long as the square footage of the ADU stays under the 750, then I don't have a whole lot of problem with it, because it's just like the same as the building footprint being larger, because it's so large, it's also almost as large as the house. It's big, but the lot is very deep, and it's not on top of another house. I kind of wish they would pull it a little farther, or maybe the parking off of it, or maybe switch the dormer to the other side. I mean, I have my personal wants, but at this moment in time, I don't mind the dormers being bigger and all on one side. I think what our idea was is we didn't want people doing that on both sides. We wanted smaller dormers, so the smaller percentage, if they were going to dormer out on both sides, versus if it's all on one side, we didn't really think about that scenario. So I guess I don't have a whole lot of heart attack about the dormers as well, based off the fact that it's only on one side, but maybe it would appease the neighbors if it went in the other direction and maybe the parking was on that side and they flip-flopped it a little bit. I think there could be some reworking to make the neighbors happy, but I don't have enough heart attack or problems with it to not move it forward.
Looking at this cemetery lot, I'm not seeing how that lot is accessed. Is it from the same property? Is it?
No.
As
Is
an
it a
entrance.
shared access? It has almost no frontage.
Right, there's a curb cut and a driveway.
There's a curb cut and a driveway, and that's their frontage.
Right.
Right? You know, that's a non-conforming piece of property that's gonna fill up with, you know, a resting place for people, but never gonna be anything else. I'm trying to find ways to support these applications for DADUs. So, you know, I want to. This particular application is asking for modifications that are, like, right out of the gate, it's like, here we go. You know, we're being asked to do things that were not part of the original intent for these limits that were set. But I'm still wanting to find ways to support it, and I think it's a very creative application. But I also think that there's probably a little bit more work that can be done to make it a little bit more conforming. You know, 2.1, a modification that, you know, it's 1,106 they're asking for. You know, I think you can stay within the requirement there and still get what you're looking for. 1,785 square feet, it's not a big ask, but that again means you probably could stay within the limit. And then the dormer, you know, I think there's probably some solution there. And we can kind of stay within the spirit of the original intent of the ordinance. So I don't think I'll be supporting this.
Jim?
Yeah, again, as I said earlier during public hearing, this is exactly what everyone didn't want to have happen. Scabbing on or scamming an extra use onto the ADU. Now, I saw no hardship why they couldn't do what they wanted with 750 square feet. If they want an office, maybe it's a one-car garage. If they want an office, they can do that in their house. But I don't see any hardship at all of why it has to be, the foundation has to be so big. And I just think it's a dangerous precedent, because if we approve this, we're going to get other ones, bigger ones probably. And here we go again. So I won't be supporting this.
Tony?
I'm trying to, as others have said, I'm trying to get to yes, and I think I would get there if they removed the pavement to the left of the what I'll call the main drive. That's not going right up against the property line. If they mirrored the roof line so the dormer is facing away from the abutters, so the abutters are just looking at a one-story building with a sloping roof. It is a little big, but I think if that's where I'm at. I'm not there yet, but it's. I think there's minor improvements that could come back and change that would get me to yes.
Do you want to say anything, Joe?
Just one quick thing about if the dormer is flipped to the other side. What I'm not seeing on the site plan, and I could just Google Earth it, are we actually then putting the dormer closer to someone else's living space on the other side? Because they're, I'm already in support of the project, I'll just state that. But if there are things that can be done to minimize concerns, I'd like to entertain them. But what I don't know is if the dormer goes to the other side, are we simply making the issue worse for a neighbor that's closer on that side? And I'm seeing the lot, but I'm not seeing any building against that.
Joe, look up.
There it is, excellent. Yeah. I do appreciate the fact that the removal of the existing garage which is way over the setback line, is creating better conformance on the site. I do think a much larger building of a different use could be constructed on this site as well. So, I mean, it's a big lot. It's a very deep lot. I don't know that if we all, after this was completed, if it's 750 square feet or 1,000 square feet, if any of us would even notice from the street, or even if any of the butters would notice. I understand we have rules and guidelines to follow that we've made, but I don't know how impactful it would be to go over them slightly. I don't think we'd see a negative impact myself.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's the size that we should be functioning. It's the concept. It's the concept of using the ADU rules to get another use. That is the issue here. They're just using the ADUs to sneak in another use. And that's the bigger problem here, not the size.
You mean the office use?
Yeah.
And the garage for the personal use.
So, there's a lot of things wrong here, and that's why I don't think as a board we have to think about this. ADUs are great, but when they kind of, I just see it as a manipulation of our procedures.
Excuse me.
Well, that's one way to look at it, but I think, and I haven't made up my mind here, obviously the board is divided on this one. There's nothing sneaky about it. That I will dispute. It's not sneaking something. And Jim, I understand your concern, because I remember why we talked about ADUs and oversized ADUs in certain neighborhoods. It's a big issue. Is this better than two buildings that create the same uses on this property? I think it is, for myself. Have one building that's smaller than two buildings separately that provide the office and garage space. Hardship is not a requirement for us. That's why we put these provisions in. If you do have a deep lot, if you do have conditions that are unique to a piece of property as this is. It's an unusual shape, it's New Hampshire, as you said. It's an unusually shaped piece of property. I think there's a rationale where we can look at this one differently. Should we do it tonight? Should we consider not, asking the applicant to come back with an adjustment? I don't know. Tony, you want to speak?
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate for us to pass intention on what someone's trying to do, an applicant's trying to do. We should just take it for what it is. So I'm disappointed with the language of sneaking. That's inappropriate here. They have a garage now. They could renovate it and then add an ADU that's 700 square feet, meeting the ordinance. But we'd have two structures there. So I think it's a good question. I don't think they were upfront about it. They said, hey, we think this is better than two. And so I just didn't appreciate the language that being used by the board. I think we could get there. I think we can come back with just a couple modifications. Would get me there. I can't speak to others, but that's it.
Paul?
The motion that was made that I seconded is to grant the modifications, right? That's what's, and if the modifications, if the board does not approve that, we're going to go on and we're going to motion whether or not to approve the permit itself. The application's been approved, but if we don't.
Findings of fact.
The findings of fact have been
If I
approved.
can I point something out? That
Yes, findings of fact have been approved.
If a conditional use permit is denied,
No, if the
no, I'm
modifications
just
are
stating
denied.
that, thinking forward, if it's denied, the applicant can't come back for a year. So
Right.
that's something
So
to consider.
if we deny the modifications, then we should then postpone the remainder of the vote so that they could make modifications to be more in line versus just denying the permit outright. Does that make sense?
Is that allowed?
Yeah, if somebody makes a motion to
Right, to
not, yeah, we can continue it. Yeah, that's allowed. We can continue the whole thing.
And they can come back with a modification?
Or they could come back with the same thing and say, please vote on it.
Well,
Joe.
I can read the tea leaves here, and I'd like to give them that opportunity, if they'd consider. I can read, I can predict the future here, what's going to happen if I just vote. So I'd like to give them the opportunity to come back and make,
The modified plan.
potentially make some modifications. They might minimize, even if they might tip the scale if they minimize it slightly.
Okay, Paul, you made a motion would you consider withdrawing your motion?
I didn't make a motion, I
I'll withdraw the
seconded.
motion.
I made the
Karen,
motion.
all right, you made it and he seconded
Correct.
it. So would you consider withdrawing, you withdrew it?
I
You
would.
withdrew the second. Would you consider a new motion to continue this application for a month?
Or until such time as the applicant can address our concerns? We have to continue to a date certain.
It's a public hearing, so we should continue to a date
Yeah, because
certain.
then we'd postpone. the next
We can
one.
continue, we can continue again if we need to, if they need more time. So continue to the September meeting. I can't make the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion on that. Yes,
I just want to make sure that everyone's said exactly what they're looking for so that we give them direction if we're going to ask to continue it in a month. I want to make sure they truly understand what the small little things are that some people are looking to see change so that that can happen. I just like to give them direction. Since that wasn't my,
Yes, Jim.
My concern is I think they should build a structure with a 750-foot square foot foundation.
Okay,
Footprint. That's what I'm looking for.
all right. Joe, you had your...
If they could, I would just say if they can reduce it by some amount. I'll be a little more general.
My comment would echo the two of theirs, as well as the public comments. The view, the dormer windows looking at the neighbor, that's unacceptable. It's also in our ordinance, and the other concerns about addressing the owner and caretaker of the cemetery's concerns. I think that's very important.
Okay. Anybody else over, just Tony?
Just to clarify, I've said them earlier, but, the driveway, removing the driveway from that setback.
Paul or Andrew, any?
Covers it.
A brief sketch of what you might do, how you could do it as two buildings to show how that impact might be different, might be just very simple. Very simple. I think that might also help explain what you're doing. Any other comments for them, for us? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? You are continued. Paul Weiberg, right?
Yep. Yes.
Next item is the request of Matt Ball and Andrea Firstham as owners for property located at 252 Wybird Street, requesting a conditional use permit from section 10814 for the conversion of an existing accessory structure into a detached accessory dwelling unit, or DADU. This does not conform with the dimensional requirements of the ordinance. This property is on Assessor's Map 149, Lot 12, and lies in the General Residence or GRA District. Who is here to present this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Colby Gamester. I'm here on behalf of Andrea Firschman and Matt Ball, the owners of the property, 252 Wybird, and they are here with me tonight, as well as their contractor, Jay LaJeunesse of River Birch Builders. And as the chair just read into the record, we are here this evening seeking a conditional use permit for the detached accessory dwelling unit to be constructed on top of the existing garage on the property. And as Peter just put up on the board is the survey. As you can see, the property does not have any frontage on Wybird Street. This is a back lot, which was created by a conveyance over 100 years ago. This certainly is a unique property. There are not many back lots in Portsmouth, let alone this neighborhood. The property contains a New Englander-style home and the subject garage of this application. Both the home and the garage are accessed by an access easement over 244 Wybird Street directly in front of the property. This access easement also contains some of the utilities that service the property. In 2001, the then owners of the property secured variances to construct the garage, namely encroaching into the side yard and rear yard setback, and otherwise the structure has been in this location for the past 22 to 23 years. The footprint of the accessory structure is 24 by 24 feet. The proposal is to construct the accessory unit on these same dimensions as the second story of the structure. The gross living area is 576 square feet, and given that the stairwell is going to be conditioned inside of the unit, effectively the conditioned space is also 576 square feet. The stairs in the stairwell will need to be modified in order to create code-compliant stairs. And to aid this, we're proposing a landing and one step on the right rear corner of the property, all of which is under 18 inches. And Peter, can you go to, perfect. You read my mind. Thank you. The proposed design of the interior of the ADU is basically a very efficient studio apartment. When you arrive at the top of the stairs from the rear of the structure, you're pretty much entering the kitchen area. As you rotate to the left, you'll see two closets on the wall that contains the bathroom. It's a 3/4 bath with a stackable washer and dryer in it. And as you rotate back towards the front, you're essentially in the living area and the bedroom area. With respect, so basically within the existing 576 square feet, we are able to provide a fully functional and comfortable dwelling unit. With respect to the exterior of the structure, and maybe, Peter, could you go to the last page of the design plans? Right there, yes, thank you. So basically the plan is to reconstruct the second story of the garage. We're proposing a design that looks like a shed dormer with a Cape Cod stylish look. However, the roof plane is one continual plane, which is why we provided two elevations of the property, one without the false gable trim and one with the false gable trim, and we'll speak to more of that in a moment. There's an existing off-center wall window on the rear wall of the property, and my clients are looking to maintain a rear wall window on the rear wall and locating it to the middle of the wall, and that is going to be used or utilized primarily for natural daylight into the stairwell. And we will also speak more to that in a moment. There are skylights proposed on the left side of the structure above the kitchen and within the ceiling, and that is just to provide natural daylight. Those aren't technically facing an abutting property, so we're not seeking a modification for those. There are also windows on the right side of the property that look out over onto the yard, as well as windows on the front of the structure which look out onto the driveway. The first floor is being preserved for a 2-car garage, and as such, the property will have 4, if not 5, off-street parking spaces, which satisfies the requirements for both the principal dwelling unit as well as the accessory dwelling unit. In terms of the CUP, the board may grant the CUP if we can satisfy the 4 following items. 10.814.621, the ADU complies with all applicable standards of section 10.814, or as may be modified by the conditional use. As outlined in the narrative, we pretty much satisfy all of the standards of accessory dwelling units, including the additional standards for detached accessory dwelling units, except for the following 3 items. The first one is the fact that the garage is already in the setback, both rear and side yard setback. So any vertical or horizontal expansion has to be provided, approved by this board up to 600 square feet maximum. Here, as previously noted, the garage is existing from a 2001 variance and in the side and rear yard setbacks. And given the existing footprint in the location of the stairs, we need the structure to vertically expand in order to create the necessary headroom to not only move around comfortably, but to provide for a kitchen, a bathroom, a living room, a bedroom, much like you heard the prior applicant say. You need those full-size walls to have these items. The footprint of the ADU is going to be 576 square feet, and therefore it is under the 600-foot maximum that this board is allowed to approve. The second modification or item under the first CUP item, that a ADU was within the required side yard and rear yard setback for the zoning district shall not have any windows or balconies or doors higher than 8 feet above grade facing adjacent property. The rear wall of the garage currently has the one offset double hung window, which will be relocated to the center wall. This window will be higher than 8 feet above grade and does face abutting property. The purpose of maintaining this window, again, is to provide natural light for the stairwell. This window, we don't believe, is going to create any direct sight lines out of the unit onto abutting properties or from abutting properties into the unit due to the location of the stairwell wall being pretty much like parallel, for lack of a better word, at the top of the stairwell. As such, we believe that this window does not frustrate the intent of the standard and that a modification is appropriate. And the third item is 10.814.436 regarding the roof dormers. We had a very productive discussion with the planning department and Mr. Stith on this. In an overabundance of caution, we did choose to include this as a requested modification, but we'd like to speak to it as not a modification. So what we're looking at here is the preferred design that includes the false gable trim, and this does not contain any dormers. As discussed, the second-story walls are being built on top of the first-story walls, and the roof is being built and constructed on the second-story walls, which is one continual plane. The false gable trim is just that. It's trim. It's not the roof line, nor is it part of the roof line. Otherwise put as these really aren't dormers. We believe the false gable trim is preferred because it provides a much more attractive design that is more architecturally pleasing. The trim breaks up the facade, and the types of lines and details it creates, kind of that New Englander A-frame look, does relate better to the existing New Englander on the property. Another way to look at it is that if we were to remove the trim, then nothing about the structure changes. The roof structure does not change, the plane does not change, the footprint does not change, the interior functionality does not change, and that's because it's just trim. Having said that, should the board feel like a modification is necessary, then we feel that it is appropriate and necessary. Not only is the look and feel of the structure better with the false gable trim, but as discussed, the roof line, or the dormer, if we're talking under modification language here, is greater than 33% of the roof plane, and it is within the setback, but that creates the appropriate amount of headroom given the existing footprint as well as the location of the stairs. The second item is the 10.814.622. The exterior design of the ADU is architecturally consistent with or similar in appearance to the existing principal dwelling on the lot. It's difficult to create the same exact New Englander style, which is basically there, while still being able to create and provide the headroom necessary for a usable dwelling space. We feel that the preferred design not only provides a high quality design, but architecturally speaking, it relates to the New Englander on the property, given that those lines and the A-frame look again. It's important to note here that the design does not need to be the same. It does not need to be exact or identical. It just needs to be consistent and similar, and we believe the trim pulls that into the realm of the New Englander. Item 3, 10.814.623. The site plan provides adequate and appropriate open space and landscaping for both the ADU and the principal dwelling unit and complies with off-street parking. There are no changes to the site itself. The principal dwelling unit is not changing. The footprint of the accessory dwelling unit and the structure is only changing with the addition of the landing and the one stair. And otherwise, the yard is accessible by both units and can be shared by both units. The property currently provides at least four, maybe 5 parking spaces, which meets and exceeds the required number of off-street parking for both the principal dwelling unit and the accessory dwelling unit. Finally, 10.814.624, the ADU will maintain a compatible relationship with the character of adjacent and neighborhood properties in terms of location, design, off-street parking, and will not significantly reduce the privacy of adjacent properties. Again, the location of this unit is going to be on and within a structure that's been there since 2001, and it's really the only location an accessory dwelling could be used on this property. I've spoken a lot about design already this evening. We feel that expanding vertically is absolutely necessary to create that usable space with the appropriate headroom. With this vertical expansion, we further feel the design is not only has a good look and feel to it, but also relates to the New Englander on the property. Furthermore, we believe the design is also compatible with surrounding properties because as we go up and down Wybird Street and even in this immediate block, there are a number of different styles and architectural designs, both of old and new construction. Off-street parking, again, will be no issue whatsoever, and we believe that this proposal minimizes any potential negative effects of privacy. The majority of the windows are on the right side looking into the yard of the property itself. The skylights above the kitchen do not create any privacy issues with the abutter to the left. We are seeking a modification for the rear window for natural daylight, which is shielded by the stairwell wall. And the windows in the front of the property are, well, first of all, there are windows existing already on the structure, and we feel that it is important to continue getting more natural daylight as we turn the corner. And those windows are, by my calculation, at least 24 to 25 feet away from the front of the property line, and that's roughly 10 feet beyond the front property setback. We sent letters with the full application materials to 9 of our immediate and direct abutters. Mr. Cooper, who is here this evening, located directly in back of us, did engage me. We had a courteous email exchange. His concern is the increase in the size of the rear wall. Again, it's difficult to not increase both the front and the rear side walls, given the vertical space and expansion we need. Right now, the way we look at it, he's currently looking at a blank slate with an off-center window. We're going to be providing more design back there with a window in the middle, and I think the design and construction itself of the entire garage will look better when my clients are done with it. The Grays, who live in 244 Wybird Street directly in front of us, the Burden property by the easement, also submitted a letter of opposition, and with respect to the easement, to privacy and design, and should the board want to discuss with us and the applicant any of that, we'd be happy to speak more to it. And finally, there was a letter from Mr. O'Leary at 225 Wybird Street, who is in support of this ADU. With that, we'll take any questions the board may have.
Questions of the applicant? Yes, Beth and then Paul.
In regards to the easement for access, I think there was a concern by the neighbors to whether or not it would be overused. And I guess my concern would be, is there enough room for travel and parking and access to the garage for multiple vehicles that would clearly need to be for the house and for the ADU?
Peter, could you put this survey back up, please? So, Ms. Moreau, we would say yes. There is enough room because not only is there sufficient room in front of the garage, but right to the left of the to the right of the porch, there's also a parking space right there as well. So there is some back out territory right there. Let's put it this way, we never even questioned the idea that parking would be an issue, even given the fact that this property is accessed by an easement.
Yes.
And then I guess my concern is we were always, when we were thinking of creating these, is to make sure that there weren't windows on sides of property that were going to look down or add a lot more light or intrusion into other properties. They also, the front neighbors have brought up the fact that it stares down into a place where their children play. So I guess, could you talk to that or maybe offer a suggestion of how the windows could be placed so that that wouldn't be a concern?
We did take that concern seriously when we read the Mr. Gray's letter today. First and foremost, I think the idea is that, or not the idea, but Wybird Street, and in this section of Wybird Street, there are houses on top of each other. So it's very common to be able to look out of any unit or window and be looking at someone else's front, side, or rear yard. And with respect to the Grays, they have multiple properties that look on and over to them. Again, this is a unique lot because it's a back lot. We don't see this very often, so the front setback is not our traditional setback where we're talking about a street or a sidewalk. But I think the fact that the garage has already been set back 24 to 25 feet from what it's, allowed to be there, 10 feet farther, there's a window there currently. There's 2 windows proposed. 4 windows altogether, but I'm not counting the 2 side lights as ones where people are going to be poking out of and looking constantly. So generally at this time, we think the windows are appropriate for where they are located on the front of the house.
Paul?
Again, regarding the easement, what I didn't see in your application, and maybe you can help me out, is any specific language that's in the deed pertaining to that easement that, either permits this or forbids it or limits it in any way?
No, absolutely. It's a great question. So, the easement was created over 100 years ago, and it wasn't until about 100 years later that the survey was done to provide some formality. And in 2005, an easement deed was executed between the then owners of 252 and 244, and it's incredibly straightforward. An access easement 12 feet in width for the purposes of ingress and egress along the southerly bound of the land of the grantor, and shown as 12-foot wide right-of-way on the plan, which was up on the screen. It does not provide any limitation and restriction whatsoever. It's an access easement, so anyone who uses that property has to use the access easement. I guess an argument could be made that in 1900 or so, they weren't envisioning ADUs, and even in 2005, ADUs weren't part of the statute. However, at the time the 2 parties decided to get into an easement deed to formalize the rights, there was certainly an uptick in vehicles in ownership since the early 1900s. I think that's obvious. So I think if there was an intent to limit or restrict the frequency and the use of the easement, it would have been done in 2005. Regardless, this property can be used in a manner that would have the same, if not more, impact without an ADU. An easy example is just a family of 4, all over the age of 16, with driver's licenses and vehicles. Boom, 4 cars. So the idea of using the easement as some sort of limiting or restricting factor for this ADU doesn't really jive in my mind right now.
Thank you. Can I just follow up on that, Colby? I wasn't aware of the language. By referencing the plan does show only 1 dwelling back there. Is it your opinion as an attorney that is not a limitation?
No, because it's essentially an existing conditions plan with a 12-foot right-of-way imposed over it to define the right-of-way, not to solidify what could or could be there or had been in the past.
So the 2005 easement did it supersede or replace the earlier easement, or?
So the easement, I believe, if I recall looking back at the deeds all the way to the nice fancy cursive writing, it always just referenced a 12-foot right-of-way on the, would it be southerly portion, southerly bound of the land of grantor. And that's all it said for many years up until 2005.
So in any case, back to my first question, it's your opinion it's not a limitation?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. Tony?
Forgive me if this has already been answered. The parking underneath the ADU is going to be dedicated to who?
Right now, they haven't figured it out, but there can be a dedicated spot for the ADU and a dedicated spot for the principal dwelling unit.
And there's no limitation on street side parking there?
On street side parking,
Correct.
no limitation for parking on the street?
Correct. That's my question.
Not that I'm aware of, although as part of this ordinance, we always want to make sure that there's applicable and adequate parking so that we don't create on-street parking.
The reality is, though, that, you know, it's likely that two people will be occupying that space, and that'll be two vehicles.
And even if that was the case, they could park tandem, and, you know, and it would be up to Matt and Andrea to figure out where they want to assign spaces for the orderly route of traffic and parking.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Open the public hearing. Anybody here or on Zoom wishes to speak to, for, or against this application?
Hi, good evening, board members. Let me briefly introduce myself. I'm Dr. David Gray. Since 2012, I've proudly served the patients of the Seacoast community as pathology department chair and laboratory medical director at Wentworth Douglas Hospital. In 2012, together with my wife Melody, we purchased our home at 244 Wybird Street, which we now share with our 7-year-old daughter. As direct abutters, we oppose this application for a conditional use permit for the construction of an ADU at 252 Wybird. Section 10.814, 624 of the ordinance addressing ADUs requires the planning board to make a specific finding that the proposed ADU will maintain a compatible relationship with the character of adjacent and neighboring neighborhood properties in terms of location, design, off-street parking layout, and will not significantly reduce the privacy of adjacent properties. 252 Wybird is accessed via a shared driveway easement over our property. The easement was created in 1904, and given the relatively small size of the lot it services, it contemplates use for 252 Wybird as a single-family dwelling. Using the driveway to access an additional household will materially exceed the scope of the easement and is an unreasonable expansion of its use. The easement's capacity is full with the two existing residences that share the space. Placing a third residence at 252 Wybird would overburden it physically and increase congestion. This congestion will be particularly acute during the winter months when the driveway will need to accommodate up to 6 vehicles in the context of snow and ice removal. We do not accept this arrangement as a compatible relationship with our property with respect to location and off-street parking layout. The proposed plan contains 3 windows facing east, which have direct sight into a fenced garden and sitting area in the front of the south side of our garage structure, which you have images that I shared with you in our opposition letter. Privacy is further reduced by a constant ingress or egress of additional residents and tenants passing in close proximity to our property. Because it is not compatible with a narrow easement for the 2 existing residences and significantly reduces our privacy, we respectfully ask that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I never dreamed that all that work we did on ADUs would become so complicated when it came to be real life. So I'm not speaking too for or against this. I just have a suggestion about the windows. The old-fashioned crank-out windows you can put way up high in the eaves. People can't see out of them, but it still allows lights in. That's my only 2 cents.
Thank you.
My name is Jeffrey Cooper. I live at 227 Park Street. I am the immediate abutter in the rear of the building. As Attorney Gamester noted, it was 2000. Jesus, I'm sorry. And it was in 2021 that the neighbor at the time behind us wanted to build a garage and asked us not to object to the variance to build it just 1 foot from our property line. We saw a garage as a single-story structure, and we agreed. We raised no objection. And when it went up, we were shocked to see that it had a peaked roof to a full second-story height, making a large wall looming over our property, as you see in the photos I just dispersed. I have, I'm sorry, there were only 9 photos. I see there's more of you than that. On the photo that I circulated, I've drawn some lines that show that with the new proposed roof line, what it would look, and you can see exactly how imposing it would be on our property. And Attorney Gamester minimized the effect, saying about the window. The window, in fact, contrary to what he said, does look directly down into our property. So I would admit that in 2001, we should have done our due diligence to see the actual design, and had we done so, we would have objected to that height at the time, but we didn't. That's water over the dam. But today, we were faced with a new owner wanting to convert that garage into a full 2-story house, just a foot from our property line, greatly expanding that wall to accommodate an ADU. And we have personally no objection to the change of use as an ADU, though I sympathize with the Grays, and as I hear them, I understand their concerns about the overuse of the right-of-way, but the use of the ADU itself would not affect us directly. So that's not my objection. My objection is the massive size of the wall that we already have and the extreme expansion of that wall looming over our property. If they want an ADU, to me, it should be done within the existing structure. And I understand that the footprint of the building doesn't change with this application, so I'm unclear as to whether or not the earlier variance grants permission for this expansion by right. Attorney Gamester implied that it does. I certainly hope that it doesn't, and I'm here to plead with you not to allow this, because it does, in fact, have an adverse impact on us as the abutting neighbor, taking an unfair advantage of our earlier error. And Attorney Gamester talked a lot about the trim. The trim means nothing to us. Councilor Moreau talked about double gables, and you've talked previously in other applications about closeness to the property line, imposition on the neighbors, and this proposal does all of that, and I respectfully ask you to deny this application. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Anybody? Yes.
Hi, Mary Elizabeth Mason, 25 Orchard Street. We are the home that is uniquely situated in front of this home. We are also opposed, my husband could not be here tonight, to this submission due to significant concerns over privacy. The dormers that were proposed will have a pretty material impact on us from a privacy perspective. This package submission mentioned how difficult it was to take photos, so I urge you to go to that portion of the submission. The reason it's so difficult is because of how close it sits to our property. We feel very strongly that this will have a negative impact to what little privacy we have. We are abutted to our right by a home with a roof deck that already looks directly into our property and our yard. Sorry. We urge you to take our concerns seriously. We are very, very dense already. We have very little privacy already due to the number of exceptions that have been granted around us. Today, maybe it's only a couple of cars, but tomorrow it could be a family of 4 plus a unit with 2 other residents. And that kind of density, it causes noise. It will impact us. And when we bought this house, we were comfortable with this garage because it was a garage. It was not a residence. So the nature of the dormers, big problem for us, and then also the nature of it becoming potentially a full-time residence that close to us. It's having a big impact on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to or against this application?
Mr. Chair, I'll just add a few comments. Again, we understand and do appreciate the concerns of the neighbors. I think to the woman who just spoke, their privacy-wise, it's going to be a blank wall, meaning no windows. So in terms of any relationship with the left side and the abutting property there, I don't think there's going to be any active interaction with that property. With respect to the easement, the cars move through the easement. It sounds more like Dr. Gray is talking about, active use and parking on the easement, which I don't believe is a thing at all. And snow removal will be the job of everyone involved and not just a problem that presents itself. The size of the easement is only 12 feet because at the time many years ago and ratified with the survey as well as with the 2005 deed, it's simply used for accessing and not parking or driving to, side by side. This is not a two-story house, obviously. We want to maintain that garage down below, and we did work with our architect to figure out all different types of designs that could work, but given the structure of the garage currently, given where the stairs are currently located, we just need to maximize that space. And we're not asking for more than the 600 square feet under the section of the ordinance to expand. We're not asking for something much greater. We're within the limits, and we feel it's appropriate.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to for or against this application? First round. I'm going to close the first round. Nobody on Zoom, right? Yep. Anybody wish to speak second round?
It's 5 minutes, right?
5 minutes you're allowed, up to. Appreciate if you don't need it, don't use it.
Okay, hi. Melody Gray. My husband just spoke.
Actually, you didn't speak the first time.
I didn't. I can't.
Technically, your Dr. Gray has to speak. Sorry.
Well,
It's a rule.
You've heard from 3 direct abutting neighbors who are pretty strongly opposed to this. I hope that will weigh on your minds as you vote on this. What my wife was going to share is that she's at home with our daughter most days, and the constant in and out of traffic, and as our neighbor stated, Wybird is already quite congested. And an increased residence that uses our easement is not only a congestion for us, but the entire neighborhood. And so it begins to weigh on us collectively, and I think you're hearing that tonight.
Thank you. Anybody else? Second round speakers. We didn't have any on Zoom, so I'm not asking them. Nobody else wish to speak in second round? I'm going to close the public hearing. Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Chair, motion to vote to find that the conditional use permit application meets the requirements set forth in section 10.814.62 of the ordinance and adopt the findings of fact as presented.
Second.
Discussion on the findings? On the findings?
I've got a small question just on the windows, that the proposal to change the configuration of the window in the back seems to me relevant and easy, and I just wonder if that's something that could be incorporated.
I think that's the second part. Once we talk about the substance of the application, findings are just basically the basic fact. That is a fact, but it's in the application. So, any other discussion on the findings? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The findings are adopted.
I have no idea where the room stands in this, but I'm just going to throw this out there. My motion is to deny the application for the ADU.
For
the, you need me to outline all the reasons?
if you could explain, it's not a motion, you're talking about it. Normally, we would have a motion, but.
Okay, all right, yeah, then I'll withdraw, then let someone else, while I formulate my thoughts, and let someone else is more clear on it.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll do it since no one else is going to. And I'll make the motion that we vote to grant the following modifications, 2.1 and 2.2, the first being the 10.814.422 to allow within the rear yard setback to have the window higher than 8 feet in height and above the fencing grade fencing to the adjacent property, and 2.2 modification from 10.814.436 to allow the roof dormers to occupy more than 33% of the roof plane.
I'll second for the purpose of discussion.
Right.
Okay, now we can talk about it.
Right.
And would you like to explain your motion, Beth, first?
Just because you make a motion doesn't mean you support a motion.
Once you make a motion, you can't vote against it.
That is not true.
It's in Robert's rules.
We can't make motions in the negative. For
We
motions. All right, if you say so. In any event, you made me lose my train of thought. The modifications are actually pretty great. You know, we created this specific kind of scenario to require a conditional use permit so that neighbors could come out and give us their thoughts and feelings. It is a really tight area. It's already well into all of the setbacks, so I have a bit of a hard time expanding the building to be that tall, that close to, you know, all of the abutting properties, because it does already sit in the setbacks. So I have a lot of heartburn over that. And I guess legally, as an attorney, I can see the argument as to why it's not a dormer, because you're just going up on the walls, but at the same time, you are expanding it in the setback. Therefore, if you were doing this and it was a house, you'd need a zoning variance, so it's sort of in a similar category of, because you're going straight up and making it that much taller, it may not be a dormer, but it is an expansion of a non-conforming use in all respects. So I would have a hard time actually supporting it.
There was a second, right?
Karen did.
I did.
Go ahead.
Now we're discussing.
We created zoning language to support accessory dwelling units. There are some, there aren't going to be equitable solutions, or, you know, there's no perfect site for this. We've considered two very different sites for detached or accessory dwelling units. The neighborhood has the characteristics that it has, regardless of whether these folks do anything with that garage. So I think the intent of the language was to support additional housing units where appropriate, where creative. I feel like this is about as thoughtful as these folks can get, and that's why I'm intending to support this.
Yes, Greg.
What city manager says is great. I agree that we, and what Beth said as well, they have to apply, and then we have to hear. My challenge is that it's being vehemently opposed. Attorney Gamester did a great attempt using the actual height of the building as not changing. However, the mass of the top of the building is proposed to change. Don't like that. The folks to the left of the driveway, we looked at it on Google Earth. I mean, the windows do look down on them, and it's not current. The windows up there right now are just for decoration. And at the end of the day, they did a great job making a very small unit, which 30 minutes ago, we asked somebody to do the same. So I think they've done a lot, but I think they need to, just like the last one, come back with a little better plan addressing the abutters and concerned citizens.
Yes, Paul.
You have to really love Portsmouth, because I probably would have never known anything about this property. It looks a lot to me like an ADU. It's an island surrounded by other properties, but it does have a deeded access, and I'm in support of an ADU. I'm not in support of modifications. I don't see that there's a hardship that they couldn't do an ADU without needing those modifications. So again, with the motion that was made, if they're denied the modifications, they have to wait, right?
If we deny the whole application, they have to wait a year.
Yeah. if you deny the modifications. But the vote, the motion that has been made and seconded is for the modifications.
Correct.
And if the board does not approve those,
Can I ask Peter a question?
Sure.
If we deny the modifications, but then continue the rest of the application, does that allow them to continue and just know they're not going to get modifications? Or
Right.
should we just continue, period, and see if they can?
Well, it's up to the board, but if you deny these modifications, I mean, they could come back with, different dormers that still maybe occupy more than 33%, but maybe a different application. If you deny the window in the back, then they wouldn't be able to have that.
Or move it, as Bill was suggesting. One just quick point, don't use the word hardship. Hardship is not the standard by which we are to look at these criteria. That's a Board of Adjustment for variance. It's not a hardship. Read our regulations, or Peter can explain it, but it's not a hardship matter. Joe?
I find myself in the same position as the last ADU application. I would hate to, I'd like to give them an opportunity to address some of these issues. The window issues, to me, seem the easiest. I mean, there's obstructed view glass, there's smaller windows, there's louvered windows, there's all sorts of things you can do to prevent views in a very specific spot. And maybe there's something about the design that can be tweaked that might gain enough support and be tolerable to the neighbors. I just don't want them to lose that opportunity, so however these motions are moving right now, I don't want them to have to wait a year to come back.
I don't think any of us want that to happen. Did you want to say something here?
No, I'm just debating whether the maker of the motion wants to change her motion.
I'm happy to withdraw the motion or change the motion. I just wanted us to have the opportunity to all talk about it. And because if we don't give our feelings as far as where we think everything stands, then whether we continue or not, they have to know where to go. So that's my concern.
Just a kind of a clerical note, like to add this to the point of discussion in future zoning rewrites. Here's a case. I will say that following the language with the dormer conversation produces a less attractive building within what they're proposing. I will admit that. And so we have to work on that wording, because we were trying to get to what they proposed to, but because the definition of dormers is not clear enough in our ordinance. So just kind of a thing for future reference.
Yes, Andrew.
Well, I have a lot of empathy for the neighbors. Empathy is not written into our ordinance. The one that I would hold to a higher threshold of credibility would be the gentleman behind him, Mr. Cooper, who spoke tonight. And as he alluded to, he previously supported a variance to get a garage. And I can see his frustrations with now having an ADU. My second point would be towards parking, and this is a limited size driveway with tandem sites and a two-car garage. So if parking becomes more congested, we have to consider, I think, the capacity of that driveway. And lastly, more architecturally and less technical, but I don't know if there's an opportunity to just do a dormer on one side, which would be the interior side to the subject property, overlooking their backyard. While not the most architecturally stunning, it might be somewhat of a solution. And then the third would be more dramatic, and that's just ripping down this garage entirely and building a smaller foundation and smaller construction building, but still getting your ADU. I'm sure they do not want to do that, so hopefully they can make some aesthetic changes to satisfy all neighbors. I otherwise would love to see this re-envisioned.
Sorry, I think this is probably very confusing to people in the audience that are new to coming to planning board meetings. It's a lot of this is new to me. I was a planning board member 10 years ago. I know all of you've heard that before. So that first motion, just to maybe help and clarify, that first motion was basically to say the application was kind of complete, like we all understood it, right? And then now we're just really talking about 2 points of of accepting, right? We're talking about the window above the 8 feet and the dormer. So just to help clear, make everybody understand what we're talking about, which hasn't been withdrawn yet, right?
I have not.
All right.
Yet.
I don't support the 8-foot thing because of where they are in terms of the property line. I do support the roof dormer. I think it's a more attractive building. So I just want to be clear where I stand on that, because there's other votes to take that, again, the audience might be a little confused.
I'd like to see clarification on both the variance that Mr. Cooper brought up and whether that was specific for a garage or just for a structure, would happen to be a garage, if there's any limitation in that. And also, I'm still a little bit stuck on the easement, and whether this is overburdening the easement, whether that involves an interaction with your neighbors who have the other estate relationship with that easement, or you just address it in writing. The 2005, the way you read that, referencing the plan, it sounded to me like it was limiting it to one more dwelling, the front dwelling and the back dwelling. I want to be wrong or not, but I'd rather be right. So just if you can clarify that. Billy, did you have a comment on the back window?
It's incorporated in what people talk about, but
Okay.
Inherently in a compact city environment, any infill development is going to have interaction with neighbors, and I think we need to do as much as we can to make that a positive interaction. And to me, the window question is a simply solved one. That's an unnecessary imposition on the neighbors. I'd be relatively inclined to, be favorable about other aspects, but I'd like at least the effort to do that for the neighbors.
Do we want to proceed with the motion? Do we want to pull
I'm
everything back?
I'm happy to change my motion. It sounds like some people would be happy with some pretty minor changes or updates if possible. So I would withdraw my original motion and make a motion to continue to our September meeting.
I'll be the second on that.
And you seconded the first one too, right?
Correct. I'll
So,
support the withdrawal and I support the second motion.
any other discussion? We're continuing to next month, right?
I said September, yeah.
And do you want to clarify that to the applicant as well?
If they can't make it, we'll continue it again.
Yeah.
We can't ask them a question. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? You're continued.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. How's everybody doing?
5-minute break.
I could use a bathroom break.
5-minute break. Call the meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is the request of Christ Church Parish as owner for property at 1035 Lafayette Road, requesting conditional use permits from section 10.5B41.10 for development site, from section 10.5B72 for density bonus incentive for increased dwelling units per building, a conditional use permit from section 10.1112.14 to provide less than the required parking and site plan review for construction of a 4-story, 44-unit multifamily residential building to the south of the existing church building, conversion of the first floor of the existing church into office space, and construction of a 7-unit traditional housing addition. Lower level of the existing church will be renovated for the daycare, and the church will be relocated to the existing rectory building on the site. The project will include associated site improvements such as parking, pedestrian connections, access to public transportation, utilities, stormwater management, lighting, and landscaping. This property is in Assessor's Map 246, Lot 1, in the Gateway or G2 district. Who's here to present this application? And I want to get right out of the gate an issue not on the table to worry about. There's this deed restriction, and I'd like you, if you can, to represent that it is something that you have under control and we do not need to consider, or not.
Yes, I mean, there is an above average complexity to it because of the original bequest, but we're confident in a path forward, and we've got all the right people on it and definitely understand the issue, so yeah.
So if the board proceeds in reliance on the fact that you can do what you want to do, and we base our decision, if we make a decision with that as an understanding, and you turn out to be wrong, that jeopardizes your approval. You understand that. So, but if you're right, then it's all good. No goes forward.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we understand that there's a site review process that would follow an approval here, and that all of that, understandably, all of that would.
There are multiple
be worked
steps,
out.
but if you feel you've got it under control there are a number of means you could do that, and
Right.
we don't need to know what those means are.
Right.
But if you feel you have it under control, I just want to get it, it's in the packet, it's in the memo, so you're making a representation, you have it under control. We can proceed in reliance on the fact that it will not be a problem.
How do you define under control?
Either you'll come to the determination that it is not valid, you'll have some means of insuring over it, or you'll get a release of some form.
Right.
That would have it under control.
Right. So I can't guarantee, of course, that that's going to happen, but we do have a positive path forward. We know how that, the instrument in which that's going to happen. And I'm representing to you that we're confident in that, we've got the right people on that, and we're talking to all the right people. And of course, without having clear title, we wouldn't be able to build the project anyway. So I am representing to you that we do have a path forward, and we're well aware of the complexity of it because of the original bequest, but between the work we're doing with the trustee and the charitable trust office, that we do have a path forward. But ultimately, it's not going to be my decision.
Does the board understand what this is about? Okay, I don't want it to be. You don't.
I wasn't here.
Okay, there's a deed restriction that affects the use of the property for church purposes only.
Got it.
And the question is,
Will that go away?
can that be addressed in some fashion?
Yes.
So that to allow the project to proceed, what you're saying is it will.
Yes.
If for some reason that fails, everything falls apart, basically. But for the
Right.
purposes of this evening, we can proceed with the reliance and understanding that it will be taken care of.
Right.
Okay. Please
Thank
proceed
you.
with your application.
Yes. My name's Craig Welch. I'm the Executive Director of the Portsmouth Housing Authority, and behind me is an outstanding team of local experts and partners that we have in working on this really exciting project. You've probably seen it in the press after we announced it back in April. that we've received a lot of acclaim in statewide news sources and locally. And that enthusiasm has been really terrific. This is an ambitious project, mixed-use project with office and program space for Haven, a modernized early childhood education center with Little Blessings, a 44-unit workforce housing development, a small sanctuary that will continue to be used by the parish. And we're really honored to be also working on the rehabilitation of a historic resource that's on the site, a significant historic resource on the site with the African slave burying ground that's been around since the 18th century, but has been neglected for decades. So we're excited to be working with the Black Heritage Trail on that. You don't need to know anything more about housing affordability. I think it's well established and well documented that it's really the number one priority in New Hampshire, and I think the number one priority here in Portsmouth is to address housing affordability. We did a survey of 600 Portsmouth residents, and the statewide surveys show that the people in New Hampshire rank this as their top concern, and this is why we're bringing this forward. Even despite this being a big public policy priority, the only people that have been able to successfully add permanently affordable workforce housing in the past half century in Portsmouth has been us. And that makes us a good partner to be working with the Episcopal Diocese of New Hampshire to be doing this. And we want to build on the success of the award-winning Ruth Lewin Griffin Place that we opened in 2022. We've already secured investor commitments and grants for a good portion of this, what we believe will be a $30 million project, and your approval today will help us move towards that and we're move towards what we're dealing with, some strict guidelines for the tax credits. So our deep thanks goes out to the parishioners of the Christ Church for making this happen, and the leadership at the Episcopal Diocese of New Hampshire. Bishop Hirschfeld sends regrets and can't be here tonight, but I do want to introduce Benji Ambrogi from the Episcopal Diocese.
Thank you, Craig. As he mentioned, I'm Benji Ambrogi. I'm CFO of the Episcopal Diocese of New Hampshire. I'm here on behalf of Bishop Hirschfeld and the Parish of Christ Church, but also as the CFO, I have been intimately involved with this project from the beginning. We've been discerning for a number of years about the best use of the Christ Church property. It's underutilized. I'll be honest about that. The building's not a good fit for the current congregation. The child care space is not ideal. And as Craig mentioned, the African burial ground is not well highlighted or maintained. And we've asked ourselves, how can we be good stewards of this resource? And there's so much potential there with its location on Route 1, adjacency to the UFC. So about well over a year ago, we started conversations with many people in the community, and some themes came out, themes common in the church world: worship, children, housing, serving the underserved. And through this process, we found PHA and we found Haven, and they've proven to be ideal partners in this project. Together, we envision a community that is on site with many synergies between them, and we're super grateful for PHA for all the resources they put into this already. And as Craig mentioned, the community response has been really positive, and it's meeting so many important needs here in Portsmouth. It's energized the parish of Christ Church and also the wider Episcopal Church in New Hampshire. So I thank you for your consideration of this. We hope you see it, as we do, as a fulfillment of a vision that will be a huge step forward for the community. And I'll turn it over now to Neil Hansen of Ty and Bond Engineers to get down into the details. Thanks.
Good evening, Neil Hansen with Ty and Bond. We are the civil engineers on the project, and we are also the traffic engineers for the project. So we're here tonight for a number of permits: site plan review permit, and then 3 conditional use permits: off-street parking, the development site, and density bonus incentives. This project will also require 3 different permits from the state. Shoreland permit will be required, a sewer connection permit, both through DES, and then we also need a driveway permit through NHDOT. So the project site is at 1035 Lafayette Road, and it lays in the G2 mixed-use corridor district. It's a 3.5-acre parcel that's bound to the west by Route 1, and then surrounded on the other 3 sides by the Urban Forestry Center. And as previously mentioned, is the current home to the church, the Little Blessings Daycare Center. And then it's accessed by Route 1. There's 2 driveway accesses. There's a right in, right out to the south, and then the main driveway at the signalized intersection of Route 1 and Morona Road. If you could go a couple sheets ahead. Go one more. Thank you. So the site plan for the proposed project will be to construct a 4-story, 44-unit residential building towards the middle of the site. Let's see if I can get this thing to work. There we go. So that'll be here. This will be the Portsmouth Housing Authority building in the middle. The existing church building is located right here. The main floor of that building will be converted to the Haven office space. The Little Blessings Daycare, which currently exists in this building, will remain and be renovated, and then the Haven Transitional Housing 7-unit building will be added on to the back left corner of that existing church building. We will be maintaining the existing driveway at the signalized intersection as it's currently configured, and the secondary entrance, which is currently a right-in, right-out, will be slightly reconfigured to be a right-in only, so all exiting traffic will now head to the signal. We'll also be adding a bus stop to this entrance driveway to allow the coast bus route that runs down Route 1 to come into the site and have a new stop on site for the residents of this new development. And then, as I mentioned, the NHDOT permitting, as part of that, we performed a traffic study for this project. Based on the IT trip gen data, the project will generate 78 additional trips in the morning peak hour, 91 trips in the afternoon peak hour, and 21 additional trips during the Saturday midday peak hour. That's generally considered to be a low generation increase. Typically, the threshold for performing a full traffic study is 100 peak trips added. So that typically wouldn't meet the threshold needed for a full study, but because we are requiring that DOT permitting, that study was completed, and the conclusion of that study is that the additional traffic generated from the project will have a negligible effect on the traffic operations within the study area, so minimal impacts. And then the burying ground that was previously mentioned as well is located to the south of the site here. We are maintaining a 25-foot buffer around the existing stone wall. Additionally, and was also included in your packet, was a GPR ground penetrating radar study that was done of that surrounding area, which identified a number of unmarked burial sites outside of the limits of those walls. And so these additional little buffer bump outs that were added were an additional 25 feet from those located unmarked graves, so that all of the remains that are out on site currently will have that 25-foot protective buffer around them. When Robbie gets up to speak in a bit about the landscape, she'll touch on kind of some of the plans surrounding the refurbishment of that area as well. If you go on to the next sheet. So for stormwater management on the site, I actually missed a permit. We will need an alteration of terrain permit. I should have added that in my list at the beginning. So as part of that, we will need to bring the stormwater management and treatment into compliance with current NHDS regulations. Currently on site, there is no stormwater treatment, so all of the impervious areas on site, the existing proposed buildings, as well as the parking areas and driveways will all be collected and treated. The two main sources of treatment are these two bioretention systems in the northeast corner and the southwest corner. This one near the driveway entrance is within a DOT drainage easement, so that will fall under their review as they review their permit for this project. And then the discharge from this upper basin will then discharge into an underground infiltration system, which will provide post-treatment infiltration of stormwater, which will help us meet groundwater recharge requirements from the state, as well as reducing the peak flow rates from the site. So both an improvement over the existing condition. If you go to the next sheet, which is our utility plan. So generally we'll be bringing new sewer water services onto the site. The electric will be from off the existing overhead, brought underground to the rear of the site. The sewer connection location will require some final coordination with DPW. They were still working through some of the, they were studying some of the sewer infrastructure that's in Route 1, and as they kind of work through that, we'll identify the final connection location. That will be further reviewed by city engineering as we apply for our state permit through DES. If you go to the next sheet, which is the photometric plan for the site, so just general lighting through the access ways and parking areas, meeting the requirements of the city ordinance for lighting. So that's the basic site grading utilities. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Robbie to go over the landscape design. And then Sarah will come up to speak about the buildings, and then I'll come back to close and talk about specifics of our conditional use permit requests.
Good evening. I'm Robbie Woodburn from Woodburn & Company Landscape Architecture. I'll be brief. We've worked really hard to provide a landscape plan that is handsome, sustainable, and assists us in our goal of providing needed affordable housing. So there's a balance there between how much landscaping there is and how it looks and what we can afford. And it's a good plan. It's a wonderful site. The plan that we currently have adds street trees along the Route 1 corridor to buffer the buildings from the street. The part we've got, and those are red oaks and sweet gums. Along the parking lot, we're using disease-resistant elms. In our bioretention areas, we've got a combination of native seeds and birches and serviceberries, and we've tried to put an emphasis on using natives if we can. Additionally, we've got various evergreens and small flowering trees around the building to soften the buildings and also provide privacy from the roads to the spaces. We've created outdoor spaces. Am I going to get this right? Yeah. So at the rear of the residential building, we've got what we're calling the rear yard. It's adjacent to the resource here, to the burying ground. However, we're to provide separation and respect for that burying ground. We're adding what we're calling a classic New Hampshire cemetery fence with granite posts and steel rails. It's open so that when you're in the building and you're looking across the burying ground, it's not a wall, it's not a barrier per se, but it's a visual barrier in that it's reminding you that this is a place we need to respect and our yard is here and that resource is there. There's also the existing playgrounds for Little Blessings as an outdoor spaces as well. As far as the burying ground goes, we're gently protecting and maintaining it. So what that means is, right now, I don't know if you've been out on site, but it's a stone wall within a very neglected wooded area. So there's lots of invasive species, there's blowdown, there's dead, and what we're trying to do is go in, clean up the area, meaning we're going to remove the invasive species, we're going to take out the dead, we may prune up a bit, because we want to have it that the cemetery would be visually accessible, but be separate from the residential spaces. So it's a fine line. We certainly don't want to disturb the ground, obviously, but we want to clean it up and give it the care that it needs and the respect that it needs to highlight it, because it is a place that people will come to visit when they're doing the Black Heritage Trail, that this is part of it. So it's this balance between having residents on site and a historic resource as well. As I said, we're doing additional shrubs and small trees to soften the building, and we're also updating right in here in the corner of the building. There's an existing memorial garden for former parishioners, and so we're doing a little bit of gardening around that to highlight that as well, but make it be more maintained. So that's my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm here for that.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Horahan from Lasso Architects. We've been working with Portsmouth Housing on the 44-unit housing building. This building has been designed to be Passive House certified, so that means that it will consume less energy than a standard code-compliant building. And we've been able to do this through the shape of the building, the orientation, as well as fenestration that we're proposing there. We will also have improved air quality, a more robust insulation package, and air tightness details, and also more advanced building systems that will help us achieve this. We'll also have a solar array on the roof as well, so I can get into that soon. So the building design, the two renderings that you see right now, the one on the bottom is the street side rendering, and what the intent of this of the stepping is that we're able to maintain the 3-story part of the building up front, which sits adjacent to the existing church building as a 3-story form, just to allow the existing church building to remain the prominent building on site. And we've been very careful not to go beyond the front face of that building as well, so that the existing church building is still read in both directions coming up and down Route 1. And so with the 3-story form, stepping up to the 4-story in the rear, it allows us to get our density by pushing it back more towards the back of the site. The top rendering is showing the kind of back corner. So this would be the resident entry from the parking lot that you see along the back side, and its connection to the woods and the Urban Forestry Center kind of beyond, directly across from there. So if we can go to the next page, we can skip this as well as our life safety drawings. So we're 4 stories. We have 44 units. There's going to be 33 1-bedroom units, 9 2-bedroom units, and 2 3-bedroom units. Our 2 3-bedroom units are located on the first floor. Assuming that these may be family units, they'll have more of a direct connection to the outside space that we have on the first floor, which we think is a nice feature to have. We also have a community space on the first floor, which you can see. I don't know how to work this.
Just hold the top button.
Oh, the top button. Okay. Community space right here, which will open up to this well-landscaped yard on the south side of the building. And then we also have a bike storage room that is right near the main entry, also with direct connection to the parking lot and other kind of on-site recreational features that we have as well. The second and third floor are the same. You can see just kind of our unit breakdown for 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms. And then if you go to the 4th floor, we do have another community space here that opens up to an outdoor roof deck for the residents. And this roof deck is on the south side, which will have views to the Forestry Center kind of beyond, and also the African burial ground, which is kind of in this direction right here. In terms, I guess we go to the next page. So this is our roof plan. We're showing our proposed solar array. 20% of these PV panels are required for the passive house. Everything else is kind of bonus. So 20% of these panels will be installed kind of day one as part of the project, but ideally we'll be able to incorporate all of them as part of that that as well. And then we have kind of identified in our mechanical area, which will be screened here on the roof as well. In elevation, you can see this area here. So we have 2 forms that drop down to that 3-story section on both ends of the building, and that helps anchor the 4-story piece that we have in here. In terms of our design concept, we're working with, we really want to bring in wood tones to the project, pulling inspiration from the woods around. We're in this unique location, being right on Route 1, there's not a lot of precedents. I think the church is probably the closest one, and we certainly don't want to mimic the church. This is a very different building, and so we want to be able to use materials and colors that kind of works well and complements the site, looking at all kind of aspects and resources that are there. And just more elevation. So please ask any questions that you have about this building. I'll be available.
Thank you.
So I just want to run through now the conditional use permit requests and address some of the criteria related to a couple of those. So in addition to the site plan review permit that we need for this project, there are the 3 conditional use permits required. The first being a conditional use permit for a reduced number of off-street parking. So included in the submission package was a parking demand analysis that was part of this request. So we had calculated the number of parking spaces based off the minimum off-street parking requirements included in Article 11 of the city zoning. Due to the mix of uses, we also applied the shared parking calculation that is outlined in the parking occupancy rate table, which is also in Article 11. Additionally, as we're adding the Coast bus stop to the site, we were able to further reduce by 20% from the required parking as allowed in Article 5B, which is the gateway zoning section of the ordinance. As I said prior, the parking demand analysis included outlines that calculation and how we arrived at the 83 required parking spaces that are included in the site design. However, the daycare use does not appear on the occupancy rate table of the zoning. So to get the occupancy rate for that use, we use the other institutional use, which is included in that table, as it best represented the operating hours of the daycare. So for the peak parking demand of the site, which is that 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. time frame from that rate table, we've applied 100% parking demand for the daycare use to that, which is, I believe, 10 spaces. Could be slightly off on that. So that is the shared parking request. Let me get the space count right. All right, the daycare is 36 spaces, and that's based on number of students. They currently have, I believe, 40 students at the daycare. The calculation was based off their maximum licensed number of students, which is 71, but I believe they don't even have the square footage to actually support that. So the number 40 is likely to remain, although we calculated the parking lot for that full 70. The second conditional use permit we're requesting is the use of the development site standards. So there's 4 criteria required to meet to be eligible for the development site conditional use permit. So I'll just briefly go through those. There's a much more detailed breakdown in the cover letter, but I'll just kind of touch on the high-level points. Criteria 1 is that the development project is consistent with the Portsmouth Master Plan. The project is consistent with several goals in the master plan. Those are highlighted in the cover letter, but I'll just outline a few. Goal 1.2, which is encouraging walkable mixed-use development along existing commercial corridors. So we're providing that sidewalk connection out to the existing sidewalk on Route 1, and then obviously Route 1 has the existing coast route, which we're adding the stop to, as well as the sidewalk connections to the adjacent retail uses. Goal 2.1, which ensures the new development complements and enhances its surroundings, and goals 3.1 and 3.2, which are to adapt housing stock to accommodate changing demographics and accommodate the housing needs of low and moderate income residents, which this project really hits. Criteria 2 is that the development project has been designed to allow uses that are appropriate for its context and consistent with the city's planning goals and objectives for the area. The project is designed to be consistent with the surrounding uses. Residential buildings are an allowed use within this district. The addition of the housing stock and workforce housing is consistent with the goals laid out in the master plan, as mentioned in criteria 1. Criteria 3 is that the project includes measures to mitigate or eliminate anticipated impacts on traffic, safety, circulation, demand of municipal services, stormwater runoff, natural resources, and adjacent neighborhood character. As I talked about previously, we performed a full traffic impact study, which shows negligible impacts from traffic generated from the use, as well as the enhanced stormwater treatment we were adding to the site where none currently exists, meets that criteria. And then 4 is that the project is consistent with the purpose and intent set forth in section 10.5B11. And the project meets all those goals, which are to promote development that is consistent with goals of the master plan, encouraging high-quality housing for a variety of household types and income ranges, guides the physical character of development by providing a menu of building and site development types, and creating quality places by allowing for whole site development with meaningful public spaces and neighborhood centers. And then finally, we are requesting a density bonus conditional use permit. That is to allow the increase of dwelling units per building, to allow the 44 units in a single building. And the proposed project satisfies this requirement for approval, which includes providing at least 20% of the dwelling units in the development as workforce housing for sale or rent. And there are 3 criteria under that, but just to address all of them, all of the proposed dwelling units for rent will be for rent and will be workforce housing or transitional housing units, which exceeds that 20% requirement. Additionally, under that density bonus conditional use permit, we are requesting a modification of standards, which is allowed under section 10.5B74.30, which allows the planning board to modify specific standards outlined in the Article 5B of the zoning ordinance. The request is to reduce the community space required from 20% to 0%. In lieu of providing 20% community space, the proposed project is providing that 100% workforce housing where only 20% is required. And additionally, this parcel is surrounded on 3 sides by over 150 acres of conservation land that is open to the public. And then on site, we have the burial site, which we are restoring and enhancing as part of this project. So with that, I will stop talking and open it up to any questions for either myself or any other members of the development team.
Questions of the team? Andrew.
Dovetailing right off your open space plan, the site plan itself is great. The parking is excellent to have. Is there any ability to have like a playground or some sort of protected area for whether it's the daycare or the residents of the units themselves?
So the daycare has dedicated playground space, but my understanding is that due to licensing requirements, it has to be for the daycare only.
Sure.
They also have segregated areas for different age groups. The Housing Authority building does have that outdoor patio garden space. There's no sort of structured playground in there, but it is open and available for the residents. And then, of course, the Urban Forestry Center has trails and all sorts of nature things that can be utilized by not only these residents, but any resident.
And I think in the back of my head, unlike some of the previous PHA developments, this has 3-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units, and so the likelihood to have a small family in there is more than maybe past opportunities. So if there is an ability to have some safe space, secluded space for residents, I do think that that's a warranted and valid opportunity to be looked at. If it's done post-development, then that's fine. It's just a consideration to those that are living there beyond the Urban Forestry Center.
Yeah, and we definitely agree. We did talk about it quite a bit during the design process. Space became a constraint on the site. One of the areas we had identified for a potential playground is now a giant rain garden, which we cannot avoid. This lot is actually in a impaired watershed area, which requires either these bioretention systems, and these are rain gardens, but they have an internal storage reservoir, which is basically a gravel layer below the rain garden, which is for nitrogen removal. So we either had to use that system or a gravel wetland, both of which take up an incredible amount of space. So that ate up a lot of our usable land area that we had hoped. But I don't want to speak for PHA too much, but I think if the opportunity were to present itself, it's certainly something that would be considered in the future.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Tony, and then, sorry, I was looking that way.
Is that me here?
You.
Okay, thanks. A few questions for you. Can you talk real quickly about snow removal? Where you anticipate that?
So yeah, it's a tight site. I think it'll be pushed up to the sides as limited space as there is, but I think at the end of the day there will be hauling involved on this site. There's just not a lot of extra area. We've really squeezed every last drop out of this site that we could.
Okay. For the daycare drop-off pickup, are you anticipating, the vehicle traffic coming off of Route 1 and mostly occurring to the left portion of that center drive?
So the age range of this daycare means that parents dropping off will physically be bringing their kids into the building. So sort of the way I think we envision this is that these parking spaces over here will be sort of dual purpose for the Haven office and the daycare, so that the parents coming in to drop off will either, heading northbound could come in here into the site, park, bring their kids in, or coming through the signalized. So they'd have to go all the way into the back of the site to park to bring their kids in. We are actually not allowed to have parking in front of the buildings in this zone, so that's why we had initially we're trying to squeeze in some drop-off parking here, but that would have required a variance to do that, so all the parking had to go to the back.
Okay. You mentioned the entrance, the northbound entrance off of Route 1. I'm not insane. That's a new proposed entrance you're providing to the site, right? That's not
An existing entrance.
It is?
Yeah,
Wow.
it's a right in, right out currently. There's two driveways to the site, one at the signal and then that one further south.
Wow, okay. This might be under the category of a little crazy. I'm just trying to understand, if there's a backup, what are the chances of people getting frustrated and just going the wrong way out that? I know it's hard.
So there
for
is
you
a
to-
median there, so you can't take a left out of there.
You're not supposed to.
Well, you'd be driving over a curb, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen it happen down on Gosling Road coming out of Cumberland Farms there, but, so, someone might try it, but they probably would only try it once.
That's 4-lane road there.
It's true. It is 4 lanes, but I'm just thinking of that backup there. Okay, that's good for now. Thank you.
Greg?
A simple question, just one, and kind of following what Andrew was saying about the public space and recreation, et cetera, not knowing the corporate makeup of the Urban Forestry Center, but has any dialogue been originated between Portsmouth Housing and the Urban Forestry Center to see if there could be a access point, since
There has been some, I don't know if you want to address that one.
Yes, and we're excited. We've even talked about using some resources from the Urban Forestry Center for interior finishes and exterior amenities like benches or even a timber frame type of bus stop that will go on the site. We do think that some improved trail access that would open up the trails to the backside of the African slave burying ground would be a nice amenity too. So people who are
direct
walking
access
through.
rather than
Yes,
having to go
right.
into Peverly, or, yeah.
Yeah, right to that backside of the site. There is an existing trail that goes right on the border.
Oh, there is, okay.
Yeah, so it's just a
You can
step
actually-
away.
You can actually see it on the survey at the top of the page there.
Oh, gotcha.
Those
Okay.
two dash lines is an existing trail
So
within the
It
forestry
could be
center.
approved and that would be accessible. Cool. Thank you.
Mr. Joe?
Could you speak a little bit to waste management on the site?
Sure. So we have two dumpsters located right here that would be shared by both buildings. So the trash truck would come in, pick up. They'd have to back out to here, but then head back out same way they came in. So this access road up the middle is two-way traffic. And then this loop coming around to the south would be one way from this corner through back out to the site. So it's a little bit narrower. And that was in part to, respect that burying ground and have as minimal impact over there as possible.
Thank you.
Jim?
Yes, Mr. Hanson, could you I'd like to walk through the parking calcs, if that's okay?
Yeah, sure.
So I see you start out with 140 spaces, correct?
Yep.
And
That's
that was
correct.
for the 4 uses, the residential, office, daycare, and church. And then, because they're multi-use, you did the shared parking.
That's correct.
Process, and you got that 140 knocked down to 103.
Yeah.
And then, because it's served by Coast, another 20 spaces were reduced, so we have 83.
Yes.
So, my question is, are you confident that the Coast bus service will absorb 20% of the use for residential, office, daycare, and church?
So I understand your question. That's what we're allowed under the ordinance, which is why
Right.
we're using the 20%.
Yep.
We did get a follow-up from planning, or actually, they came from DPW earlier this week, and they asked us to take a look at it through ITE as well. And using the ITE numbers plus their shared occupancy rates, we actually came up with a lower parking number than the 83. So
Okay.
to directly answer your question, yes, I'm confident that 83 is enough spaces
Okay,
for the site.
because, as you can imagine, that's a big drop, you know.
It is.
It's, from what we started with to what we end up with, and I'm sure, it's your client's space, and I'm sure they want to have enough parking too, because I don't think they want to use Route 1 as their parking lot.
Right.
So.
I think part of the reason too that I'm personally confident in that is the calculated parking for the daycare is 36 spaces.
Yeah, I noticed that
for only
too.
40 kids.
Right,
The
yep.
kids don't drive, so
Yeah, that
it's
number
really
seems-
going to be the staff that's parked there, and
Right.
I don't know the exact number of staff, but I'm pretty sure it's less than 36.
Okay. Yeah, I noticed that 36 too, but
Yeah.
I'm glad you and I agree that seemed high.
Any other questions? Comments?
Just one point of clarification. So when they do drop off their kids, because as we previously established, the kids don't drive, could they not go out towards that gravel section? I know it's not logical, but to send that outflow traffic back towards that gravel section, then kind of straight through?
No, they don't have to. This center drive is two-way, so they can come in and out between the two buildings.
Yeah, in my head, maybe it's not playing out as seamlessly, but just a thought.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock, timeout. The rules require me to ask if the board wants to continue. I'll read it specifically.
Yes.
Yes.
Second.
The question is whether we continue past 10:30 to complete the agenda, or continue anything which hasn't been considered yet before 10:30. So, the yes was just keep going, or got one shaking the head. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I move we finish this application and then split the agenda.
Second.
Can you, clarification, what was that? Split the agenda, is that what?
After this application.
By splitting it, you mean stopping?
Correct.
So,
And doing what? Having another meeting next week?
Correct.
next week.
22nd.
Well, I think that's what we're supposed to do, right? It's the backup.
Our backup date would be next
That is
Thursday.
our backup.
Yeah.
Continuing until next week, then, okay. Any discussion?
I won't support it. I want to soldier through. I don't want to meet again.
I won't support it. I won't be here next week.
I'm on fumes, but I'd like to get through if we can.
Just want to get it
Is
over
it,
with.
is it possible for somebody to just say that I can't stay any longer?
Yeah, we have an alternate.
Because we have more than a quorum, that is possible. You just have to ask me.
Yeah,
Are you toast?
I left Italy on Tuesday.
I understand.
I don't know where I am.
You may be excused if you like.
After this application, if that
But
works.
we have a motion, so we have a motion, a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed.
Discussion.
Opposed, yeah.
No, we didn't call for this, but that was 3
Motion was to end.
Those opposed?
Yes.
Nay.
Opposed?
You're right.
Opposed.
Opposed. Keep going.
You're right, Tony,
going.
sorry.
All right, we keep going. Greg, if you would like to, you are excused.
It's probably
if you'd
better
like
to finish
leave.
this application for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I'll do
Yes,
that. Thank you.
yes, That would be great.
I forgot I was going to ask a question.
Is this a public hearing?
Sorry about that. It's under our rules. No discretion.
Ask a question, I forgot.
Your public spaces, it would be nice to see, now speaking personally for myself, if you could somehow find a way, but I love that second floor space that you've created for the residents and allowing that access to your larger units into the yard, whether it's not formal, but it's at least it's space that people can use. That's nice. The African burying ground, I hope it doesn't become a huge attraction because your parking is limited. So, I mean, it's amazing what you've done with it and what you're doing to it to improve it. You might want to be watchful about that and how people access that. The bike parking and maintenance area in the building is amazing. Those are amazing details. And the only thing I noticed, I never talk about landscaping, but you've got 4 oak trees in a row, and I wondered about maybe alternating, having oak maple or something like that. I've heard other landscape architects talk about alternating species. That's my only comments. So, any other comments for this is a public hearing, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Does anybody here wish to speak, or on Zoom, wish to speak to or against this application? Just give your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Beebe, 762 Woodbury Avenue. I'm also the executive director of Haven, which, as you know, is a part of this project and is the local domestic and sexual violence prevention and support agency that has been in Portsmouth providing these services and programs for 45 years. I'm obviously here to speak in support of moving this forward and everything that's been presented as part of the application. This really is a win-win for Portsmouth. It's an amazing collaboration. As Benji mentioned, it's going to be addressing some of the critical needs that are facing the community: affordable housing, expansion of childcare, and also having resources for those that may need it in dealing with domestic or sexual violence. The addition of workforce housing and the expansion of childcare is critical, but it's also critical to keep the nonprofits in Portsmouth that are here to provide and be a resource for those that may need us. I'm also really excited about this project because I'm born and raised in Portsmouth. I am raising my daughter here in Portsmouth. I've worked here in Portsmouth. This is an opportunity for Portsmouth to really demonstrate our commitment to building the vibrant neighborhoods and the communities that are equitable, and it's really a tremendous opportunity to come together, and this collaboration is just so exciting for us to really take that step forward and address some of these critical needs. So I encourage you to support this and move it forward because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to or against this application? Anybody on Zoom? That's it? Nobody else? We close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion on the conditional use permit for parking. Vote to find that the conditional use permit application meets the criteria set forth in section 10, 11, 12, 14, and to adopt the findings of facts as presented.
Second.
Discussion. Yes.
I am more than comfortable with this for parking because I really feel like this is an area where the bike storage, I was amazed by the bike storage. A lot of folks like to ride their bikes. We're improving bike lanes on Route 1. It's actually a plan in the works. It won't quite connect this, but I think there's a way to be able to, through the urban forestry, to be able to connect Elwyn Park to that, and Elwyn Park will actually connect to Wilson, which then will go all the way down. So I feel like that's a real opportunity. Changing the driveway to be right in so that Coast Bus can get in and easily out, I think is going to be attractive to them to be able to have a stop there that is just off the main road. and accessible to all of the folks that are working there and living there and, going to church there. So I have no problem with the parking, especially considering we do have a housing policy in the city that says that we are allowed to modify our zoning and wish to be able to allow if a building is going to give us workforce housing. And clearly this entire project is giving us affordable housing. So I think it's a win-win for everyone.
Bill?
Yeah, I would just note that the coast transportation component of this is critical. Currently, they run, I think, on the hour, which is not what you think of as a downtown type of bus service. And the entrance to this facility going north will be good. Coming south, you're going to have to turn at a street light at Marona, so it will not be good for coast coming south. So the city has been good with Coast in terms of financing and relationship and so forth, but I think having a right arrangement with Coast on treatment of this facility will be very important.
Tony?
I support the parking because I think it meets the wording and the intention of the zoning. I think this is going to be an interesting project to watch and to learn from in terms of, the type of user or the resident and the number of vehicles they have. I think if this was market rate, you could easily see, couples with a third vehicle, and you've seen some of those stresses on other developments in the city, and so I think this is appropriate. But I do want the department to kind of take this as an example of to see how well it performs, and then I wish there again in the category of future zoning changes. I personally don't like the zoning requirement that you can't include any street side parking in your calculations. I think there's opportunities here on this property where they could have done that, and if they needed to in the future to come back for more, that might be an opportunity for them to provide more parking. We know street side parking slows traffic and on the site and things like that. So just something to consider, but I support the motion.
I support it too. I note that the traffic study did have more trips than 83 per hour, but that can happen. So, any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we vote to grant the conditional use permit.
Second.
Any discussion?
See previous comments?
Previous comments hold you.
So is it worth adding a condition relative to the approval by the Archdiocese or the appropriate authorities within the church?
What do you mean?
To the parking?
This is just for the parking seat.
Question.
To the concern over the deed, I believe is what you mean.
Yes.
No.
No, that's a private matter. They have to address it. They said they're going to address it.
And
If they don't address it,
the thing
this
just dies.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
This is about density and community space, right?
No, we're still on
the
parking.
parking CUP.
Because all we did
Oh yeah,
was-
okay. Sorry,
We're still on parking.
that's why I was confused. All right, that's right.
So,
See prior comments.
Yeah, that's why I said so.
every tired person understand what we're doing here?
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going, Paul.
Yes, I make a motion that we vote to find the conditional use permit application for the density incentive meets the criteria set forth in section 10(5)(b)(11) and 10(5)(b)(73, and to adopt the findings of facts as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to vote to grant the modifications of standards from section 10(5)(b)(41)(81) to allow 0% community space where 20% is required.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes.
I think that this is a perfectly acceptable. This is not a place where you're going to have community space open to a public. It's going to be, you already have the African Burying Ground that everyone can go and visit. So there's no, there's no neighborhood close enough to there that they would probably make use of any actual open to the public space. They're giving us full affordable housing, and I think that trade-off is more than worth it, so.
And I don't care if it's not in the zoning, there is community space here. I mean, you have daycare, you have a African burial ground, so I think that it meets it in its spirit, if not in the letter of the law.
Yep.
Any others? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we vote to grant the conditional use permit.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Keep going.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on the development site conditional use permit. Motion that this board vote to find that the conditional use permit application meets the criteria set forth in section 10(5)(b)(43)(10) and to adopt the findings of facts as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And I'd like to make the motion that this board vote to grant the conditional use permit for a development site subject to the requirements and conditions of site plan review and approval.
Second.
Any discussion?
And that would include the issue that they have to resolve.
We don't have to conclude that.
We don't have to include that.
We don't have to include it, but
We
it's,
shouldn't
it's,
include it. We discussed it, it's on the record, it's good, so,
It's been seconded.
yeah.
Another question.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
another page.
Go get them.
Come on, you're gonna roll.
Any water? Mr. Chairman, I make a motion this board vote to find that the site plan application meets the requirements set forth in the site plan regulations, section 2.9 evaluation criteria, and adopt the findings of facts as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Make the motion that this board vote to grant the site plan approval with the following conditions: 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4.
And 5.
And 2.5 and 2.6.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
That's it.
I think that's it.
I think we did them all.
Congratulations.
Get her done.
It's been motioned.
Congratulations. Good luck. Still a long ways to go. Good job. You get a pat on the back.
I wish Pease wasn't in the way of the other one.
Can we take them out
I
of
gotta figure out
order?
where I am in all this.
Can we make
How
that
do I feel like
motion?
Lawrence is here every
You
night?
go up,
Yeah.
around the unit.
You want to ask Bill to step in?
Will be.
You got to formally have
We should
Bill
have postponed
step
that.
in for me.
Yeah.
Anybody on?
You're leaving, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anybody on?
Sure.
You want the preliminary
What you're gonna
or
do.
you want the,
Coming off the bench.
you want, but who do you want to go ahead of them?
So much stuff.
Excuse me. Okay, my yawning's done.
Okay. All right. Bill, I'm asking you to sit for Greg as he
Arrivederci.
departs.
Yes.
Go get some rest.
Ciao.
Okay, next item on the agenda is a request of Lonza Biologic owner for property at 101 International Drive, requesting site plan approval for the Pease Development Authority for the addition of 2 industrial equalization tanks and 1 pump house located between the equalization tanks that will include portions of existing detention basin to be regraded. Installation of a new outlet structure to support the resized detention basin and a stormwater filtration system are proposed with this project. This property is on Assessor's Map 305, Lot 6, and lies within the Airport Business Commercial District, or ABC. Who's here to present?
Thank you, Neil Hansen with Time Bond. So we're here tonight for another project at Lonza. This one is in support of their existing operations at their 101 International Drive facility. The proposed project is to construct 2 industrial equalization tanks and 1 pump house, all contained within a single concrete structure in support of their existing wastewater operations. The structure is located off the rear of their existing site building. So if you can see on the locus map in the lower left corner, International Drive is along the bottom here, Corporate Drive looping around the top. This is the main Lonza facility at 101 International Drive, with the new development area and the iron parcel out to the back here. So the proposed project is located off the southeast corner of the existing building. There's an existing detention basin in the rear that was constructed about 20 years ago now, I believe, as part of one of your initial expansions. And the existing retaining wall along the rear here is about 10 or 12 feet high, and we're basically proposing to extend those concrete tanks off the back of that retaining wall, so when you view it from the street, you're kind of just seeing the same elevated concrete elevation from the rear. This will involve the resizing of that existing detention basin. If you could go to the next sheet. So there's going to be a slight reduction in volume in the basin, so to accommodate for that, we're replacing the existing outlet structure, which is located in this corner, to mitigate those peak flow rates so we're not increasing off the site. In addition, this project is triggering us to amend our existing alteration of terrain permit. So as part of that, and under the redevelopment standards through DES, we're required to treat 30% of the water quality flow for the entire watershed. So the watershed that flows to this basin is approximately 13 acres and encompasses most of the 101 International site. So as part of this project, we're installing a filtration treatment unit post-detention here that will treat that first 30% of flow from the site where no treatment or no advanced treatment to today's standards currently exists. The site was obviously designed under the standards of its time. This work will require a state wetland permit application, although it is exempt from local permitting because this is a man-made wetland, which is exempt under the PDA land use controls. That is really the presentation, so I will keep it brief.
Any questions of the applicant?
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody here or on Zoom wish to speak to or against this application? Anybody on Zoom? Close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we vote to recommend amended site plan approval to the PDA board with the following condition 1.1.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
The fastest one.
Next item, request of 231 Corporate Drive LLC as owner for property at 231 Corporate Drive, requesting site plan review approval from the PDA for construction of 2,340 square foot addition for a linear accelerator vault to support the veterinary hospital. Who can be against this? The project includes removal of a row of parking for which will reduce overall impervious surface impacts within the wetland buffer by approximately 8,801 square feet. The project consists of associated site improvements such as lighting, landscaping, and stormwater management that will include stormwater treatment via a contact jellyfish unit to treat the proposed pavement section and building addition. This property is on Assessor's Map 314, Lot 2, and is also in the ABC district.
Thank you, Neil Hansen, for the final time tonight from Time Bond. So this project is quite simple, and I think the record, the memo there was pretty much covers all of the points of this project. Existing building formerly housed the Southern New Hampshire University classrooms, and I think there used to be a dentist office here. It is now the Ethos Veterinary Health Center. They opened earlier this year and are currently operating on the site. This site also received a variance, I believe it was last month, for a fence which will be located along the front of the building. If you could go to this site plan a couple pages ahead. So that was required as it is in the front yard of the building. So we received that variance. That will be around the dog walk areas that will be for use by the vet clinic staff. And then the project in front of you tonight is for the addition of this one-story linear accelerator vault off the rear corner of the building here. And then as part of that, we're reconfiguring the northern half of the parking lot to reduce it to a single double-loaded row of parking, and then we're removing the rest of the pavement from the wetland buffer to the north, and we'll be restoring it. The northern half of the site where the addition and the reconfigured parking is, we'll be collecting and treating the stormwater runoff from that portion of the site, where there's currently no modern stormwater treatment on the site. And that is really the extent of the project, so I'll take any questions if there are
Thank you. Any questions? I'd like to make a motion.
I think we need a public hearing.
I don't want a public hearing. No public hearing. Anybody here or on Zoom wish to speak to for or against this application? I didn't think so.
Uh-oh, he's getting tired.
It's getting grumpy.
Anybody on Zoom? Public hearing is closed now.
I make a motion to vote to recommend amended site plan approval to the PDA board.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a preliminary conceptual consultation and request of Wenberry Associates LLC as owners and One Market Square as applicant for property at 21 Congress Street, 1 Congress Street, and 15 Congress Street. Project is a combination of the previously approved project located at 1 Congress Street and property at 15 Congress Street. Proposal includes a lot line adjustment with the city, merging the subject lots into one and redeveloping the combined lot as a mixed-use building. Properties are located on Assessor Map 117 Lot 12, 117 Lot 14, and lies in the Character District 5 district. Who's here to present this application?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. John Shagnon of Haley Ward here tonight. Thank you for staying with us tonight. I'm here tonight representing One Market Square LLC. With me tonight is Mark McNabb, principal of One Market Square LLC, Tracy Kozak from Arc Cove Architecture, Terrence Parker from Terra Firma Landscape Architecture, and Marie Bodie from McNabb Development. We're here tonight to discuss the expansion of the 1 Congress Street project to include property at 15, also known as 21 Congress Street. 15 Congress Street, owned by Wenberry Associates, is currently under a sales agreement to be sold to One Market Square LLC. One Market Square LLC is looking to combine these two parcels into one parcel and update the 1 Congress project to include the expansion of 1 Congress building to the 15 Congress building and changes to 15 Congress, which include interior renovations and some exterior changes, to create one large 36,083 square foot building on the combined lot. As part of the presentation tonight, we're going to talk about a proposed lot line relocation referred from the City Council, as well as proposed changes to Portsmouth zoning, which we hope the Planning Board will refer to the Council for implementation. First, I want to talk about this proposal in general terms and then discuss some particulars of the plan, which we will ask the Planning Board to review. Then I will turn it over to the other professionals on the team to speak in more detail about this project. We're asking the Planning Board tonight to perform a preliminary conceptual consultation, the first step in the project of this magnitude, but before we create and submit a detailed site plan application to the Technical Advisory Committee. The project will require conditional use permits from the Planning Board for the building size and supplied parking. As previously stated, the project is the combination of 1 Congress Street and 15 Congress Street. The properties are shown on the City of Portsmouth tax maps as map 117, lots 12 and 14. Referring to the plan set, the cover sheet shows the project location. The first sheet is an updated standard boundary survey of 1 Congress Street. The survey that was previously submitted has been updated to include additional land that was acquired by the developer and merged with map 117, lot 14. In the process of obtaining the additional land, it was discovered that a portion of the High Hanover parking garage encroaches on the acquired property. To address that issue, The next plan in the set is a lot line adjustment plan. The plan shows the conveyance of land owned by One Congress LLC under the parking garage, shown in red, to the city of Portsmouth, and property acquired by the city, which previously had been a part of map 117, lot 12, and had been conveyed out of the parcel without regard to zoning requirements, in blue, will be conveyed to One Congress Street LLC. This plan is the subject of City Council referral item A, and as such, when the board gets to that item, we would respectfully request that the board respond to the City Council that this land swap is in the best interest of all parties. The reconfigured lot after this lot line relocation is shown on sheet C1, the next sheet. It's a standard boundary survey and existing conditions plan showing the boundary of the 15 Congress property along with the existing conditions of the 1 and 15 Congress properties. The combined property has frontage on Fleet Street, Congress Street, and High Streets, and abuts a private way to the rear, which is currently known as Haven Court. The project will consolidate these two lots into one lot parcel for the purposes of redevelopment that we are proposing. The next sheet is an orthophoto which shows the combined parcel outlines in red. Note from this view, the prominent features are the extensive roof of the 15 Congress building, shown in white in the middle of the drawing. The existing parking lot behind 1 Congress Street. And the close proximity of the Highover parking garage immediately to the north. The next plan is a demolition plan, which is very similar to the plan approved for 1 Congress Street project, with the wood frame building additions to the rear of 1 Congress being removed, as well as the parking lot, in favor of redevelopment into a single larger building. That single larger building is proposed to now butt to the J.J. Newbury building to the left. This combined project area and associated zoning tables are shown on the project site plan C3, the next sheet in the set. This plan also shows there are 2 zones, the CD4 and the CD5 zone, occupying the development area. The CD4 zone is the parking area that currently exists behind 1 Congress Street, and the rest is zone CD5. The zoning tables are not completely demarcated at this time, but we estimate that the development will conform to the various building and dimensionals requirements contained therein. In this C3 plan, we have introduced a new nomenclature. Haven Court is proposed to be replaced with Newbury Way. The request for the name change is in the process of being reviewed by the city's GIS department. The name Newbury is obviously a nod to the historic J.J. Newbury building and the historic, iconic downtown department store. The proposed building outline is shown along with the alley that will remain between the portion of J.J. Newbury's known as 155 Fleet Street and 55 Congress Street, which is here. The edge of the building is delineated here, coming around, and there are party walls along the Congress Street frontages of the building, not currently delineated on the site plan, but certainly a part of the proposal. And the subject of some discussions here tonight are the interior uses of the new combined building. The 1 Congress property will remain as previously approved with the same retail first floor use, but with the second floor being revised from office to residential use, along with the same upper floor residential uses. These units will be market rate units. The plan for J.D. Newbury's building, or 15 Congress Street, is to keep the first floor commercial uses and to create co-living residential opportunities on the upper floors. This application introduces co-living as a use to the city, and this board, as part of the agenda tonight, you have the discussion of a potential zoning change to describe and allow co-living uses in the CD4 and CD5 districts. This proposed zoning amendment will be taken up under other business as item D, and we will speak more about the proposed use later in this presentation and at that time. Briefly, the definition of co-living is being proposed as a residential use providing a private or shared sleeping unit and access to communal areas for cooking, bathroom, laundry, living, working, arts, recreation, and wellness spaces. The sleeping unit may or may not include a private bathroom or cooking facilities, and there are no defined rental periods, thereby allowing people the ability to rent daily, weekly, monthly, or longer. The applicant feels that this form of housing is desperately needed to address the current affordable housing crisis, and specifically allowing this use to not require parking will create affordable downtown living. More detail will be provided in that regard as we continue the presentation tonight. The next sheet in the plan set is titled High Hanover Garage Development Plan. Previously, in discussions regarding the One Congress project, we proposed the assignment of a space within the High Hanover parking garage, currently used for dead storage, to be repurposed as a community trash and storage room. This plan shows the possible layout of that area. We realize that this request requires additional study and approvals from various other boards, but we put this in the package tonight to express our desire that this proposal would be reintroduced into the planning process for this project. Currently, there is a surface dumpster located within the proposed Haven Court, now Newbury Way, pedestrian corridor area, and in order to create a pedestrian-friendly walkway, it is imperative that that dumpster is relocated. In addition, a centrally located neighborhood community trash collection area is not a new idea, as one exists on Ceres Street. We feel this would benefit all the neighborhood, and the developer is willing to pay for the development of the area and to entertain models to ensure the long-term viability and maintenance of this neighborhood resource. The next sheet in the set is the basement parking plan. This plan is similar to the plan which was previously approved for 1 Congress Street. However, 2 parking spaces have been added as the 1 Congress building will now extend to the property line and touch the 15 Congress building. The 25 parking spaces shown on the plan will serve the 1 Congress building. It is estimated that the 1 Congress building would then conform to parking requirements. When the properties are realigned and combined, the overall parking would require a CUP for parking. The next sheet in the set is the Newbury Way profile. This plan is intended to show changes to Newbury Way to enhance and improve the pedestrian experience. The plan shows that the grade, which currently rises up and then sharply falls from High Street to Fleet Street, will be cut down to a constant slope from High Street to Fleet Street, resulting in a pedestrian-friendly, ADA-accessible path. Taking advantage of this new grade, 15 Congress Street building will have basement space created as first floor space, with storefronts established along this revised pedestrian way. With that, I am going to turn over the presentation to Tracy Kozak, project architect, who will speak about the proposed architectural elements in the plan set. Tracy will turn it over to Terrence Parker, project landscape architect, to talk about the landscape elements included in the plan set, and then Terrence will turn over to Mark McNabb for a discussion about co-living and providing affordable housing in Portsmouth downtown. And after that, we welcome questions and look forward to discussions. I appreciate your time. Tracy.
Thank you. Good evening, Tracy Kozak. Happy to go through the drawings. So this is an existing building at 15 Congress. As you know, we're not really making it any bigger. We're adding 2 stair extensions to the roof to create a couple of things going on the roof. We're going to have some green roof space for outdoor space for the folks who live here. They can get outside and get some fresh air up on the roof. We have a solar PV array and some mechanical equipment, and we are relocating a skylight element for some daylight into the core. One of the challenges with a large urban block becoming housing is getting daylight. So right now, that's where we're locating that. We are expanding the 1 Congress property, as John mentioned, to connect to the 15 Congress Street property. But other than that, the shell of the building remains. Go to the next page. This top elevation is along Haven Court or Newberry Way. On the left is 1 Congress as previously approved. On the right is the back of what was the Newberry's building. And if you can see, there's a dashed line. There we go. Which shows the existing current topography of Haven Court. That's where it is now. We are proposing to just do a smooth, consistent grade from High Street, gently sloping down to Fleet Street. So it's a handicapped accessible grade. It's easy to use. You don't need to use the Hanover garage for the elevator anymore. And because we are digging down a good 12 feet or so or more, we are creating a whole additional story, which is currently the basement of this building. We are going to propose that this become retail and residential architecture to make this alleyway and more of a pedestrian way that's friendly and inviting and safe. We would have retail storefronts at grade with stoops at each storefront on a regular basis to invite people to come in, places to sit, lots of landscaping and greenscaping. In the upper 2 stories, it's a 3-story structure. The upper 2 stories would all be residential. The current street fronts, which are Fleet Street down here, and next we'll see Congress Street, are pretty much staying the same. We will restore the historic elements that were there. In the background on the roof, you can see the stair additions, and greenscape on the roof. And the next page. This is that little alleyway John mentioned between 55 Congress and 155 Fleet. It currently dead ends to a bunch of trash cans and weeds. We would like to improve that, again, cutting these vertical slices through the facade to allow balconies and daylight to residential units up above, retail down below, and then at the very end of the alley, this is actually, if you go straight down the alley, it's currently a blank wall. We'd like to open that up with a lot of glass and doors that open into the back of the restaurant that's currently there. So it would be inviting and safe. And the next page, that's an aerial view from Fleet Street. Again, you can see the amenities up on the roof. There is a small penthouse addition. There we go. The battery's dying. Where the residents could come and have a small kitchenette to maybe have lunch or a birthday party or whatnot and relax with some trees and benches. There's a grill and two gas fireplaces proposed up here. Again, a large PV solar array to provide energy and mechanical beyond out of sight connections to the 1 Congress building. And some street views on the upper left is from Fleet Street looking up what is now Haven Court. And to the right is the small alley off of Fleet Street with the glazed windows and doorways at the end, the balconies on the left. And this is a view coming from High Street going towards Fleet Street. This is the 1 Congress building previously approved, and this is the 15 Congress Street building. And on the left is a close-up right between 1 Congress on the left and 15 Congress on the right. That little recessed area, which was previously approved as an alley, this would become a residential entrance for the 15 Congress Street residences. The entrance we previously designed on High Street would remain as it is. to serve the residents of the One Congress building. So 2 primary points of entrance to these 2 buildings, which are now connected. And the next page. And I think I'll turn it over to Terrence now to talk about the site landscape.
Good evening, everyone. Terrence Parker here, Terra Firma Landscape Architecture. If you recall, the Newberry Way is part of the connection between the McIntyre Building, Commercial Alley, Ladd Street, Newberry Way, and in the future, maybe it eventually goes to Vaughan Mall. So it's very important to know that's the linkage here. And it's also very exciting from my point of view that we're losing, in that area, that's the Gillies parking lot right there. So a lot of the design remains the same from the previous application that was approved. That mindfulness ribbon is now, it's going to be poured concrete also in a concrete swath. And so there'll be on either edge of that swath will be green space and then porous concrete to get us at about 55% of porous surface between the southern alley and the Newberry Way alley. But as I was about to say, where Gillies is 14 feet of grade, and with removing that, it opens up huge opportunities for the building, the commercial spaces in the building. But it also gets rid of that. If you recall, that we had 8 sets of 3 stairs, so there was this enormous run up that hill. It was all going to be organized and choreographed, but this is a very uniform slope from Fleet Street over to High Street. And if you also recall that the High Street and the Newberry Way and Ladd Street will have the catenary lights over that, and the streets will both be paved with stone with brick sidewalks. But there'll be a lot more green space in there now, as you can see, that's rendered there than in the previous application, because we were able to, when we got rid of all the trash dumpsters and the necessity to have vehicles going way up there instead of just into the building at One Congress and then into the trash area at the parking garage, we're able to reduce the amount of pavement that we need and have green space and more porous space on the edges. So it's a lot greener. You'll still have all the catenary lights, and there'll also be a sculpture at the Fleet Street entrance that's more like an archway with lights, and there'll be probably a minor wall right at the Gillies parking lot that will have just a simple guardrail, not the serpentine handrails that you may have seen in the past. And the southern alleyway will also be completely porous, and that's mostly going to serve the pedestrian use to the commercial spaces on the corner of Fleet and that alleyway. And that's it. So I would like to turn it over to Mark now to talk about the co-living concept. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board, for the record, I'm Mark McNabb. I'll keep it brief. It's late. I'm primarily just speaking about the zoning change, requested change for co-living. Our application, if we're not successful in getting the co-living, is we would be doing micro apartments in the JJ Newberry on the upper floors. So that's what the project would look like if we're not successful in co-living. We think it's the perfect location to introduce a new zone. This affordable housing is important to understand from somebody in the industry and development. I've been here about 40 years, and I've built everything I own, and I understand something we're missing in affordable housing, and that is co-living. It's referred to a lot as single resident occupancies across the nation. There are approximately 46% of Americans that are single, and that type of housing stock speaks to that, which we really don't have. You got to combine people or sleep on someone's sofa, or if you're an individual. So we're trying to address that. We think an urban setting for that is appropriate. The co-living also addresses getting it more affordable, because the other options we have in Portsmouth right now, like 20% incentive for making workforce housing, it's important to remember that most of the projects we do in apartments and housing are for middle-class people, middle-class earners. And when we do 20% for workforce housing, we just shift those costs to the other 80%. So it's important to remember that it does help the workforce on the 20%, but for the other 80% of the units, they become more expensive, and those are rented to people working. Co-living just gets the capital cost out of it. If you get a smaller unit, smaller spaces, you're not paying for that square footage. You're not building it. You're not deferring a cost. So that's the difference why we would like smaller spaces and more options where you can have shared common areas like most colleges have, in America. So that's why we think it's important downtown. I fully expect that the parking issue will come up. But look, in the 40 years I've been here, for the majority of time, parking was not required downtown. We were separated back to church and state. Our buildings downtown, 90% of them, we did a study, and 90% of them, of the buildings are either built on the lot line, or do not have the ability to add parking spaces, or do not meet currently the zoning ordinances for parking. So when you have a downtown area where 90% are not meeting it, or don't have it, or can't, and you have parking required for a use that's such widespread used as like residential, you have a built-in hardship downtown. I mean, we can't do anything. So it's really important to understand that differentiation in your downtown versus all the other zones where we need parking and it's appropriate on parking. We have land for parking. It's just not what we have downtown. So for more affordable choices, we need municipal sewer, we need municipal water, and we need municipal parking. And the beauty in Portsmouth is we make good money at it. The general fund profits from parking. It's not a handout, never has been. The general fund makes profit from parking. So I think that's a very important narrative that we should embrace. It was all the way up to around 2015 that it got itself requiring parking for residential downtown. Prior to that, there was a period that it was a fee that you paid. During that period of time, the city raised about $1.2 million. I paid $500 of it. That wasn't successful. And before that, it was just a calculation that if your parking got no worse, you were okay. So this hasn't been long that we've required parking downtown for residential. It's important to follow that history. So I just wanted to speak that the co-living would be a new zone to address primarily single resident occupancies. It does not prohibit families at all. It's just that our current housing stock, with 1, 2, 3 bedroom apartments, doesn't allow affordable options to individuals. These units in this will be furnished. Something we will be doing is we will have a program where we don't charge security deposits. It's really important on affordable housing to understand that there's a huge barrier on just the cash you need to come up front. That's another problem with affordable. If you have to come with 1 month's security deposit, first month's rent, furnish it, move it all, it's that whole system that's really a burden. So those type of things we'll be addressing at this property. There'll be furnished units. Utilities will be bundled. You won't need to have your separate utilities. So that whole package, we believe, will be the most affordable option. And that's what we'd like to do to the upper floors of JJ Newberry. And again, if we can't get that, we would just then do the next best thing, which would be micro apartments. So at this point, we'll turn it over to the planning board. If you have any questions for me, I'll stay here. Otherwise, we'll turn it to anybody on my team.
Thank you, Mark. Questions of, yes, Tony and then Andrew?
So co-living, in my mind, I'm thinking of, you have two keys. You have one key to get you into your unit and then another key to get you into your bedroom. Is that correct?
That would be correct for that component of a co-living. That's correct. Your room would be locked, and then the facilities would be common. So you'd have to get into the building, get into the common floor, and then you'd have to get into your bedroom.
Right. So how many bedrooms per kitchen are you thinking?
Well, what we wanted to do is, J.J. Newberry's large on the upper floors. There will be a mix of a lot of different product up there to be conducive to the space. We're not done with all of that planning for those floors, because if there isn't a reception for getting some type of zoning that allows this, then we won't continue to develop those plans. So they will be a mix of everything. You will see some micro apartments. You'll see probably no more than 6 to 8 rooms that would flank a common area. Highly, highly unlikely would be more than 8 or 10. That would be the upper end. So they would be pods to break it up. And some units would have a private sink in them. Some would have a private bathroom. It all depend on the layout, because we're working with the building. We're not building a new building. That's why there'll be a mix of everything on the upper floors.
Are you prepared today to I know it's putting out in the press, rental rates you're looking at?
We have not set those, but by stripping the amenities and a parking space, as we see in the narrative we did, a parking space is about 225 square feet, counting the 25% for circulation and aisles, and a micro apartment's 400 to 500 square feet. A parking space is half the size of an apartment. So stripping a parking space out for the this is a national average again, approximately 30% of people don't drive, can't drive, choose not to drive, all the above. Other people who do drive and have a car, certain people would love a choice to be able to find a lot outside of downtown or walking distance that's free or much cheaper. We just don't have that option available, so we have to burden everybody with a parking space. So the rates on all of that coming together will be the cheapest you can live. Otherwise, a consumer would rent an apartment that has a parking space. You can't charge the same rate. Single resident occupancies across the nation tend to run between $600 a month to $1,000, plus or minus, gives you a range. So you're giving an individual, an option to live at $1,000 a month that we don't have. What that exact amount is, if it's $900 or $800 or $1,100, this isn't for single resident occupancies, $2,000 though, or $2,500 or $3,000. That's not what we're proposing to do. You'd have to be up at that if it's a micro apartment, self-contained. As soon as you get into self-contained everything, you'll find, they're cheaper than regular apartments, but they'll quickly get to $2,000 as well, a micro apartment. And then apartments are $3,000, $3,500, $4,000.
I'm trying to be cognizant of time, so I'm only going to ask one last question. The 12 to 14 feet of grade you're going to drop.
Yeah.
Have you already confirmed, or I imagine you plan to confirm, that both the existing parking garage and the Newberry building, if the foundations don't go down deep enough, you're obviously going to have to underpin the Newberry, but have you investigated the depth of the garage, that you're not running into any foundation issues?
We have. We can't be certain. We've met with Peter Rice, Dave DeFosis, the city of Portsmouth. We've talked about all this, and the garage is close to down where we need, and we know that in some places, if there's underpinning, we'll be down to ledge, and we'll deal with that. And we're experienced with that, knowledgeable with that. And same thing on Newberry. That as strange as it is, the whole Haven Court Hill, the whole basement, the lower level of JJ Newberry goes down to almost the bottom of that once we remove it. So we'll have little undermining on our JJ Newberry as well.
Thank you.
Andrew?
I want to start out by commending a lot of the work that you have done here in the city of Portsmouth has been imaginative and has brought a substantial amount of great thought to what we can do in a 400-year-old city. As we've talked about ad nauseum just tonight alone, our zoning ordinance is not perfect. We have a lot of nuance and we have a lot of room for improvement. You consistently are very creative, both architecturally as well as functionality, and so I like to review your proposals. My excitement is that this brings in a completely new, or let me rephrase, reimagined opportunity for housing. My concerns, less so scrutiny, but concerns that I'm certain you can clarify, would be in your narrative. And in your narrative, you say the co-living would directly enable you and directly enable the redevelopment of this building. You have stated that you have somewhat of a hedging plan here for or micro apartments, and so I don't want the preceding notion to be that this building cannot be redeveloped without the co-living zoning change. I know with certainty that there are a lot of opportunities for this building beyond co-living. I'm happy to entertain the co-living, but it's just that I don't think as a board we should have that narrative be attached to this proposal should it move forward.
That is a correct statement. That's why I made sure that I quantified that we can do micro apartments at this location. We would need a CUP for the parking for the micro apartments for JJ Newberry. We have no ability to create any parking. So it is not contingent at all.
By no means.
Both are on the table. It's an opportunity. And that's all it is.
And even beyond that, there are redevelopment opportunities, whether it's office space or function space or whatever it may be within the respective zoning. The economy as well as building plans flow in cycles. Certainly right now, office space is less desirable to develop or own. But 4 years ago, there were 4 different buildings in Miami, Florida that were proposed for co-living. One of those buildings came to fruition for obvious reasons during COVID. Co-living was not the solution. So at every point, there can be pluses and minuses to different concepts.
There is the important thing, from me, I've been downtown 40 years. You won't see me build any office space on this property. I have run up against a structural change in office space right now that I have not seen in 40 years. I have more vacancy now in office space downtown than I had in the 80s and early 90s. I have office space downtown that's been empty for 2 years. And so this property on the upper floors needs to be residential for it to be viable. Micro apartments can be done up there, and that's viable. I'm just addressing your comment that yes, zoning allows office up there, but we don't have a demand to create office space on those upper floors. I've had literally no interest in 2 years on the office space on Treadwell Mansion, 44,000 square feet. It's 100% empty. So I'm educating the board from my perspective to being the largest office owner downtown, that won't happen. Those upper floors, won't be office in that building.
And that's all well and good. I absolutely can empathize with you there. My anecdote was more so to drive home the fact that there are alternatives beyond co-living and beyond micro apartments that may in theory, require less variance or nuance. Secondarily, in the narrative, someone had stated that they would be rented on a variety of lengths and durations, ranging from daily to monthly to annually, and at market rate. And then your proposal or your statement had included the word affordable on numerous occasions where not two hours ago we saw an affordable housing development approved. So it does not fall definitely on furnished units with amenities, including a hot tub, rooftop fireplaces, and secure access, that whether or not Airbnb platforms are allowed in the city of Portsmouth, nightly rentals like this lend itself to hospitality style use. And so if it is in fact affordable kind of conceptual ideas that you're chasing, then stick to that. And I would be very weary of if these were to become some sort of nightly rental hospitality style units.
Yeah, I mean, I get the differentiation. That's why I think a co-living zoning ordinance has to be crafted in such a way that it's not, we're not looking to create a hotel. Otherwise, I'd do a hotel. I'd propose a hotel. You know, I understand that Airbnb and VRBO, the short-term rental is typically not successful. We would think the vast majority of these would be rented 2-year leases to individuals. That's primarily all we'll be offering. We like the creativity for single resident occupancy to have shorter terms, because we get approached all the time, like from Crossroads and other places where people need housing and they need it temporarily. They need it 6 months or 3 months. I don't mind at all, quite frankly, to strip out of the proposed zoning request change nightly, just to address that. Not really because you brought it up. I wouldn't be running it that way. I'm not interested in nightly rentals. I would want shorter term than a year, though, so that, like I said, Crossroads and people in transitional housing need something shorter than that. But we're not trying to make it disguised under and run like a hotel with nightly rental or VRBO.
And I certainly don't want it to come across as though I'm scrutinizing you in that way.
You're not, no.
And I know that you're an operator of high caliber. So with that said, it's not just Crossroads or transitional housing. There's a significant demand. With my experience, I've rented probably 1,000 different apartment units throughout the city in the last 7 years, beginning with the Viridian residences and now a variety of other units downtown. So it's well north of 1,000 units. And in that process, I've learned that the shipyard employees being relocated here have
Absolutely.
an incredible demand and are on government stipends that
Yes.
demand them have flexible basis on their duration. On top of that, we have a huge demand for healthcare workers that are on traveling nurse contracts at 13-week increments. And so I get it. Like, that is something that is built into this rental demand and market. So it is more so just this opportunity to create the right language where we are not having unforeseen consequences when we allow someone like yourself to do so. And then we look at Cabot Street, which is the last remaining rooming house in town. I think it's still in operation.
There's two.
Two?
There's one on Hanover and one on Cabot.
Right. And so the one on Cabot at this point has been less cared for than I think some people would like. So the idea of having co-living and removing the stigma through proper ordinance language is of huge emphasis if this were to move forward.
I appreciate that differentiation. I think it's really appropriate to strip out nightly rental, you know, and then that will address that. I do get also when you get into single occupancy residency, you know, it comes with a higher burden, you know, on how you operate it. There's a higher responsibility, and it can be poorly done and it can be well done. You know, it's, you know, I completely understand that.
And my last 2 points, and I'll keep it brief, sorry.
Andrew, what about the rest of the board?
Go.
Yeah.
Finish up.
Well, yeah, I think it's important. In the event that your co-living does not succeed and we issue an approval based on that, do you see it difficult to repurpose this space if it's been fit up for co-living with all of these different mechanisms? And and such?
No, as a developer, I've always produced a use that I believed in. And if time turns out that something has to be repurposed, such as some office space does now, I'll deal with it then. But this is a time-proven product across the nation. This isn't a dinosaur. So any type of changes would be tweaking. And it would also be a balance. That's why you won't see me do 100% just single rooms. There'll be a mix of micro apartments, co-living, different types of them there so that it balances that mix. So I'm not concerned about the repurposing should there be a failure in the model.
Given the hour, and I know people have had their hands up, and I'm going to get to you, but I think there are two huge issues here. One is the zoning question, and I think both of you have raised points that have been rattling around in my head that the language has to be, we got to get that fine-tuned. I don't personally see it's ready to go to council. I think I made a list before tonight of some things we need to talk about, in my opinion, as a zoning amendment workshop. We've got several things to talk about. I think we learned about some more things to talk about tonight with maybe fine-tuning some ADU things. I've got a list of 7 of them. I won't get into all of them tonight, but there's the zoning component. I'm excited by the idea. I want to explore it. I think it's something, I thank you for bringing it to our attention, and I see it going forward in some fashion once we get the words figured out. But you just presented this huge, amazing project with a whole bunch of aspects to it, and nobody said anything about it. So we ought to give some feedback on that before it gets to be midnight. So Beth, and then Paul.
I beat you up. I love the fact that we're activating what is Haven Court right now and the alleyway. I love all the different aspects of how you're improving the building and really activating back there and changing that entire landscape and opening it up and activating that. It's great, wonderful. I guess and I'm totally not against co-living. We've even brought it up at Housing Committee that should be one of the things that we explore when we explore zoning changes. And I guess the concerns that I hear from residents that have emailed us in regards to it's not a concern with you, but when we write the zoning and when we take a look at it, how do we make sure we're not creating a frat house, right? That kind of concept. How do we ensure management is done right? How do we ensure safety for all of the people living in there? Because we have co-living now. There's a building on Middle Street that has co-living, and it works. And I think there's a way to do it. But I agree. I think we need to have a longer conversation about it. And maybe Mr. McNabb would come to that and give us his experience and thoughts about how the zoning could be crafted in a work session. And we can then take a look at that. But as far as the building goes, I love the changes. I just think we have to be conscientious about all of the neighbors and how everything interacts and make sure that everyone is able to continue all of the businesses and everything that are existing and then build on that.
I'm looking at this lush roofscape that you've designed, and it's really very attractive. I don't want people to confuse that this is affordable housing. Like, this is luxury housing. It's just probably the most affordable version of it in the downtown, because it would be, you're basically getting a bed, and then you'd be sharing other space, and you won't have a parking space, or I don't even know if you'll have storage or any of that, but it really does look like and I believe the analogy was made to dormitory kind of type of a living, like college dorm, but not a frat house, but it looks like UCLA's dormitory if you're looking at this lush roofscape with fire pits and stuff like that. And my concern with that is that dormitories have RAs, right, managing what's going on in the building. College students have meal service access, transportation, wraparound support services, and when we start talking about this kind of density and removing the parking requirement, what's missing in downtown Portsmouth is essential services for residents. You need a car to get down to the West End or to get out to Newington to get to a store or a pharmacy or something like that. So we're a walkable city, but Gillies is only going to make so many hamburgers for the density of people that are going to be living in that area. And that's what concerns me about Portsmouth is we're not planning as a city and putting, a market in the downtown or, I can't walk here and walk there and walk there and go, hey, I got my stuff and I'm good. I'll go home now. We're not that. We're a tourist city with little shops and things to visit, and that's what. So that's my concern. Anything you can do to help me, Mark, to get on board with co-living. Not dead set against it. I'm just trying to understand how we would do it here.
Yeah, no, and we understood it could be ahead of its time and a big ask, and that's why we were clear that, micro apartments, which is in zoning, works in this property, so that we all took a deep breath and didn't think that, there isn't an alternative use. There is. The co-living and the driving relationship and car-centric, relationships are personal. They're real in one end, and they're in a whole nother segment of life not real. I mean, a lot of us in hospitality and a lot of us in hotels aren't operating without J1s. We have 30 to 40 J1s. None of them drive. Zero. Don't have any cars on them. So I understand the car thing keeps coming up, but there are people who can't drive, aren't allowed to drive, legally aren't allowed to drive, can't drive for reasons. It's not the majority of people, but they are there. So I don't want to exclude that segment and just assume that everybody has a car, because that's just not the case.
I don't think we are. Joe, you had?
Just very quickly, just want to speak to the aesthetics. As I said, with the first half of this development, it's proving to be probably one of the most exciting projects I've seen come before us in my years and decades of being on these boards. This is a very exciting project, and I commend your design team. I'm very interested in learning more about the co-living. It sounds like an exciting option. It's just another type of living. I think what makes I also believe that it's very appropriate. I know we're talking about targeting a very specific user here, but let's face it, this is also the city core. There are a lot of things that are luxury units are also appropriate here. You are in the middle of downtown Portsmouth. It's a very high-end address. It really is. So I don't want us to be ashamed of even thinking that those uses are appropriate here, although you're not asking for that, I know. But I commend you on trying to get a more affordable, reachable use. But what makes this very luxurious is this location, in addition to all the beautiful things on your roof. Would you continue your beautiful lighting scheme that was occurring on the other end, down the Newbury Way, all the way down? You might have an option so this would be a nice illuminated alley.
Oh, yeah, the catenary lights are coming all the way
Perfect.
down High
Thank
Street,
you.
Ladd Street, and Newbury Way.
I especially appreciate your attention to detail on that little tiny alley on the other side, which is currently full of split units and it's full of trash, and that's a beautiful little spot that you're working on. You've already answered the question about, I expect you're going to expose some foundation of the garage, and we'll have to treat that. Lastly, how many people, rough in order of magnitude, how many people do you think you're going to house in here if it's full and it's a full success?
We don't have those numbers
Okay,
yet.
okay.
We can get them. We're working towards them. If there were micro apartments, there will be approximately 35 units in JJ Newbury. It gives you context, okay? Single resident occupancy would be maybe ballpark twice that.
Okay.
So, you're talking 70 people. And we wanted to humanize it. That's why we didn't want to put them in a boarding house without, like, the roof greenscape in that. We wanted to include them. Our One Congress will be full market rates, those units. Those will be the highest price units downtown. So they're right next door. So we're doing both in this project.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
To the extent that this appeals to people who are interested in affordable housing, you've got the core concept that isn't always obvious, but it is really, that you can reduce housing costs by either subsidizing in one way or another, or by making the housing less expensive to begin with. And most of what we talk about is how to subsidize it one way or another. So the thought of co-living or rooming houses or some other similar concept is fundamental. Manufactured homes and smaller homes and such. So that's very attractive to have somebody, as Beth says, there is one on Middle Street, which is quite successful. But to have, this is really kind of breakthrough thinking to make housing fundamentally less expensive. The problem is you're putting it in the most expensive real estate in the city. So I guess my question is, aside from yours, and maybe you're here as a consultant as opposed to a developer, but this concept done elsewhere in the city, is this the right place? It's the right concept, but is it the right place to do it in the most expensive real estate, or is it better for us to think about doing it in more outlying areas where the real estate is less expensive and housing may not, or parking may not be such an issue?
Well, again, the most urban area we have in Portsmouth is downtown.
Yeah.
Downtown was always this type of use. You know, it was high density, it was the seaport. So in Portsmouth, the most appropriate use is the most urban area. What transportation we have, it's the most accessible downtown. Downtown is 1 mile from just about everything you need, a grocery store, medical's around the corner. I choose to walk to all that. I see some people here on the planning board walk and they have cars. We do walk down Islington. We walk to grocery stores. I take my bike to Pick-and Day. So downtown is accessible, not as accessible as if you had all of it in a downtown. We just don't have that, but we are close. So I think the further you get outside of downtown, it exacerbates the problems for that component of people who don't drive or don't have a car or can't drive legally. So it makes it easier when you're downtown because you are within walking distance to go to a grocery store and a pharmacy, CVS. You're down the beautiful Islington Street we just redid. So I don't support in suburbia, I don't support no parking if you get outside of downtown. And then you got to build that cost in somewhere else. So the only place I support no parking is where you can't create it, which is downtown. So as far as the most expensive real estate, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, I own it, and for me, I would rather make that accessible to everybody. I think it's cool. I think it's fun. It's kind of like the public space in Hearth Market. I just wanted to create it. So I get that 9 out of 10 developers wouldn't do that. They would make very expensive condos there and sell them. That's just not what motivates me.
Mark, if we had a workshop to talk about that, would you be willing to help us out?
I'd be glad to. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I add one more comment?
Okay.
Would you look into what they did at the Christ Church building where they built in that whole room for bicycles and whatnot? I think that would really work in that kind of a setting.
Oh, yeah, we haven't got, we will have a lot in the lower level things for bicycles and storage and all that. That's the details that'll be coming later. If
That's easy stuff.
if there's movement towards some type of co-living zoning.
So can we make a motion to have a,
We don't have any motion on a preliminary conceptual design.
No, it'd be about the zoning.
Well, I think
we just want to have a meeting?
Yeah.
That's what I want. Right? We want to formalize them.
I want to have a workshop meeting to talk about.
Whatever needs to be said to create that. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I hesitate trying to pick a time now, and whether that's next week. I think that might be.
I just wasn't sure if we should talk about it under other
Right.
business, because we're at the pre-conceptual.
We've got a couple of other things we have to deal with.
Sure.
I want the board to talk about co-living as a part of our zoning amendments, and in a workshop setting in an earlier part of the evening where we can be more alert and engage with you and members of your team you think you might want to bring to that. I think that would be very, very helpful. So we'll let you know about that. The land swap thing, which is,
That's next.
well, there's a couple of things.
Oh, that's next.
Haven Court changes. Okay, I was looking around.
Got a motion?
I don't, I looked at that. I also talked to Trevor about it. I think there might be a little bit technical, different way of doing it slightly differently, but the same end result. I love the idea of what you're proposing. I don't see any problem supporting it. I think it could be done as an agreement and not a swap, but you guys can talk about that. That's into the weeds. If you want me to explain it, I can explain it.
No, I get where you're going with it, but
It could be more permanent.
So is it premature to propose a motion? Do you want to wait on that? Recommend anything back?
To recommend, I'd recommend that you resolve it with maybe a motion that would be resolved to the satisfaction of the legal department and Mr. McNabb, something like that.
Currently, it's a vote to recommend City Council move forward with the land transfer or any other legal means that appeases everyone? What are you trying to get at?
Is there a way to create a motion that shows support for the intent?
If it says swap or agreement, because under RSA 472, and John knows what this is, boundary line agreement, it eliminates 5 years from now, somebody else does a survey and comes up with 2 square feet difference on the encroachment, what you say is an encroachment for the garage or something with respect to Haven Court. But if you proceed under 472, it's forever. It's a guaranteed line that can't be challenged. That's all.
I think the city manager's in the room, so I think when it goes before the city council, all that stuff will be brought up. So.
Trevor's aware of it.
Yeah.
So.
yeah, I think in this instance, the land swap, when that land was always with Newberry, and then it will cure title insurance, and it will all become legitimized if we do the land transfer, so that kind of an element won't happen because there'll be stamped surveys right now, and everybody will have title insurance.
Stamp surveys aren't forever.
No, I understand.
Stamp surveys are opinions.
Yeah.
And, I make them, I know. So.
Mr.
No, I
Chairman,
know
I'm
you do.
intent on making a motion here, so let me try.
Can we
I'd like to vote to recommend.
Can we just make sure that we're done preliminary conceptual and then?
Yes. And, well, we don't make a motion for that.
Right, I know, just so that we're moving on to the.
We're done.
We're done with that.
Does it make sense I'm going to propose a motion that recommends to City Council to move forward with the appropriate legal vehicle as agreed upon by the applicant and the city's legal department?
Second.
That makes sense. You guys work out.
I heard a third. That's pretty good.
Any discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
All right, a few more pages here.
Thank you.
Islington Street, that's a zoning thing. I'd also like to see that on our workshop. CIP meeting.
Wait, Can I talk a little bit more about that?
Well, it's getting pretty late.
I know. Well, I was the one that made the motion to send this to this board. And honestly, it's a pretty simple change that's been talked about in the past a lot. So I think it would be a lot better and easier if we could actually notice this for a public hearing so we can hear from the public next month. So that's what I would like to make a motion that we schedule for a public hearing
The
next month.
reason I thought this might be a good thing to talk about in the, and I'm not resisting you, I'm just talking. Liz had an interesting idea about maybe adding another overlay zone, slightly different, because it's right now it's the step in the overlays, and there's not a gradual.
Previously, we talked about shrinking back the downtown overlay district out of that area.
So I'd feel better if we bundled our zoning amendments. I just question if that one's ready for prime time.
I just don't want it to get forgotten or lost.
Oh, no.
We need to make sure that we have a date certain that something moves forward. That's my concern.
Well, I'd like to have the workshop before our possible second meeting, on or before the second meeting in September. So it happens soon.
Okay.
Can you live with that?
Can my neighbors is the question.
CIP meeting on Monday.
No, we've got other business. Brains Ave and
Yeah, well, I'm getting to that. I may have the old agenda.
No, that's fine. It's just under the council.
It's 6 p.m.
we have
on
to
Monday.
do-
Yeah, it was just,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
it's just, we are invited to meet with the council. There's a new process this year being talked about, as opposed to having the planning board subcommittee meet with staff and on what we call the pizza party all day to talk about capital improvement plan.
We never actually did a vote for the scheduled work session to discuss those possible zoning amendments.
Well,
Don't
I
we
had-
actually need a vote?
Would you like to make a motion that we have a workshop?
Yes.
On or before September, or whatever the heck that date is?
Yes.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion about that? And you'll do or ask around to get the
So
date?
you want to have it not at our second meeting in September, but
On or before.
on or before?
So it'll either be that date.
Meetings in September?
Could be before the meeting or before that meeting.
Okay.
Say it again.
I didn't know we had 2 meetings in September. Do you mean the planning board or the city? council?
We have the second meeting that's reserved.
Gotcha. So we're.
That's what
hereby
I'm calling the second
reserving.
meeting.
Got it. Okay.
We don't usually use it. So motion second on that. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
Thank you.
won't get forgotten. CIP, again, Monday is about to talk about the new process and how it might work. Is that fair? Okay. Joint meeting with council and planning board, which I think I'd like to see more of generally.
Is it a meeting, or are we hearing a presentation?
It's a
or-
city council work session at which staff will present. City council will be sitting at the work session table. Planning board's welcome to join, and because they'll be part of the process moving forward. I anticipate the planning board chair would sit at the table with the council.
So attending will be different than.
Attending, right. Planning board
watching
members
on-
are
watching
encouraged
on
to
YouTube.
attend, but not actively
Okay.
attend.
So that's Monday. Okay, Rains Avenue, they were requesting a 1-year extension.
I make a motion to vote to grant the 1-year extension of the planning board approval of the site plan and conditional use permits to September 15th, 2025.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this motion to extend it because in February of 2022, I asked the planning director for the status of 4 contaminated sites on the property, and I never heard back. So I'm not comfortable with extending this.
Okay.
And
What was your-
also, is it possible, can I make a request that the Mr. Stith send out the judge's ruling to all the planning board members?
Sure.
Because I don't think we ever understood what happened there. So,
I can
Mr.
send
Stith,
out all the orders.
can you email out?
Yep.
Could you give a date when those will be sent?
If I can do it, well, I'm not going to guarantee I'll do it tomorrow, but
Okay.
next week for sure.
Next week?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Motion to extend. Any other discussion?
Is this the first request for
First
extension?
request, Rains Avenue. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
One.
I didn't hear a vote, so. Green Street, also requesting a one-year extension. Plan of wetland conditional use permit approvals.
Motion to grant one-year extension with the planning board approval of the site plan and conditional use permit to September 29, 2025, and a second 6-month extension for the subdivision to March 29, 2025.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain?
I think I've talked about my updates, et cetera. The list I made on zoning, co-living, the Hanover Street, Beth's issue about with the neighbors. There are numerous typos that staff and I picked up recently, little details. The downtown overlay, parking has come up as a part of the parking study. It's comes up at every meeting. ADU details. I don't know that we can get into the wetlands special use permit issues, but those are something, depending on how robust we feel, I think that would be an easy change. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.